Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today are two very special guests. We have Dick Masterson of The Dick Show and Joshua Moon, the secondary owner of Kiwi Farms, subservient only to Mundane Matt, the true owner of Kiwi Farms.
One day his name is going to end up in a lawsuit, and I'm going to laugh.
He deserves it. He deserves every bit of lawsuit that he gets. Hey guys, how are
you? Should leave Matt the farms in your will or something, Josh.
Monday Matt is the heir.
Yeah, he has to. Something like, or I don't know, leave it to his kids or something.
Yeah, so we're here today, and I didn't realize that I was a participant. I thought I was a moderator. Here I am, a humble show host, thinking I'm going to moderate a debate between these two fine gentlemen, and it turns out I'm actually doing the debate.
Yeah, you're up against me because you're wrong. You're fundamentally wrong on this, and I want to tell people how you're wrong. And I'm gonna convince Dick to back me up on this.
That's what I got out of it too, Nick. And quite frankly, after the Democrat debates last night and tonight, I've changed all of my politics, every single belief I ever had. They're so powerful, I didn't know you could just get all this shit for free. No one had ever told me that before.
No one
had ever explained it to me in Spanish. That really struck me. I was in the. Go ahead.
Dick got on the call 30 minutes early, and we've been trying to convince him we don't want to do it in Spanish. We don't know Spanish. The audience doesn't know Spanish, but he's very insistent. We've only just talked him off that cliff. So.
Yeah. Well, do you know how many times Josh and I heard just before the show? Do you know how many weeks I've been voted the world's greatest Mexican?
Oh yeah. How many? No, I'm the worst now. After the Australia debacle, I've been voted America's worst Mexican.
Well, you're Australia's worst Mexican, I think.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. I'm going to switch it back.
Yeah. Guys, I think, okay, do I have... I should have the volume fixed now. Is that right? Is it fixed? It better be fixed.
Is everybody muted, or is there level problems?
Level problems.
Because that mine was too quiet. I turned my mic up, so hopefully we're fine.
Well, I cranked you guys up, so if it's wrong now, it's their fault. It's always the audience's fault for audio
every
issues.
Time.
That's what I like.
Every time.
Yeah. So anyway, so we're here to talk about this stupid Section 230, the worst law on the entire books of America. I mean, forget making it illegal to have sex with whales or whatever. Section 230 is way worse than that. And Josh is the...
Are you really? That triggers you, Josh? Oh my God, We are going to have a debate then.
Josh is the one man on this planet who thinks that 230 is a good idea.
I'll tell you why, because if you change it, you know it shuts down. You know what moves, it has to move to Greenland to host. You realize what my selfish interests are in this law being untampered with.
Wait, are you moving to Greenland, Josh?
My fucking servers will if you guys break 230.
I hear that's dangerous. I hear Greenland is dangerous. So okay, so we've had this discussion a whole bunch of times that 230 is well, I think it's an outdated law that could use some modification, and I understand some of the purpose behind it, but I would argue that the purpose is not being fulfilled right now. Dick, where are you on this? Where are you to start on this?
Where am I to start on this? Oh God. Well, I'm sorry, Josh. I guess if we have to sacrifice the farms to get rid of 230, then that's what we got to do. I don't know if we have to build like a distributed file system and to keep the farms running.
Well, everybody
set up a C lab
is in trouble then if you're a part of a distributed network, but you're also the publisher of the information on the distribute. Imagine if people could be culpable for things that are done through a Tor exit node that they host like that.
Yeah.
That would be
fine.
bad.
I'm fine with that though, because okay, here's my overarching idea. Lawsuits. I want lawsuits to shape the internet and society at large as they have done since the foundation of America. I think that America is great because we figure out our collective morality in court. Court has a way of prioritizing what we actually believe. And I think that has been sorely lacking on the internet because nobody can sue publishers. So I'd rather have lawsuits than regulation. I trust the former. I have an extreme distrust for the latter because you never know who's going to be in charge of it. And I think we're seeing that now.
That is coincidentally the entire premise of common law, if I'm not mistaken, because there is another kind of law, because only the U.S. and England uses common law, and the rest use civic law. And in civic law countries, usually they have to legislate every single thing, and the jury doesn't, or the courts don't decide how laws are interpreted as much as in the U.S. So what you're saying is a very strong proponent of the American justice system because we use case law for everything.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is Section 230, of course, immunizes pretty much everybody from those lawsuits that would shape our common morality.
Yeah.
Not really, because all it's saying is that if you run an internet service, you are not liable for things, or your company are not liable for things that are put on your service. And I don't understand how that is a negative consequence. The argument that is put forth by people who don't like Twitter is that once you start moderating that content, then you're personally liable for it, which would make me personally liable for it the moment I decide I don't want certain people posting on the site because they're disruptive. Like it creates a weird binary that doesn't exist right now.
The reason that immunity was granted was the idea that they would be unable to police actively the entire internet. But we're now at the point where they do police actively the entire platforms of Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Every second of content, every word is policed by first an algorithm and then by a live human being.
On services. But remember, 230 also extends to internet service providers. It also extends to things like the Tor system. There's a lot of things covered by 230 that aren't Twitter and Facebook, which is why, again, I'm very strongly in support of it. I don't think people realize how devastating it would be to lose 230. It would destroy the entire e-commerce system overnight.
Yeah, but what you're arguing a different thing, though. You're saying that a 230 is either here like it is or it's gone forever, and that's not true. 230 is not just protecting these companies.
The reason why I argue that, though, is because it is so broad in its current. Well, before it got that weird addendum for sex trafficking.
Who doesn't like sex trafficking? I mean, come on.
Well, that's my thing, is that the 230 was so strong and so broad in how it covered the internet. It was essentially like a constitutional amendment. It was the services will not be held liable for things that are published on their service. And that's so succinct. It essentially is a constitutional amendment and how protective it is. But then because it's a law, they add this law will not be interpreted in any way to construe law enforcement for sex trafficking. They poke a hole in it. Second that happens, a bunch of sites have to remove personal ads. Backpage is immediately seized by prosecutors. And my concern is if you keep changing it, it'll become common practice. If you want something off the internet, you just poke another hole in 230 and then you get rid of it.
So, Josh, I have a question, and Nick, maybe you can help me out on this one. First, I wanted to say the other side to the 230 coin is the consequences of the moderation. And that's an immunity that I have a huge problem with because it can only be abused, in my opinion. Like even in spirit, it can only be abused. We can get to that later, but more onto what you're saying. Nick, I want to get your opinion on this. If Josh, what you're saying that there would be kind of a bedlam on the internet, like without 230, there would be no protections for anybody. Would that not be set? Like, would the bar for setting for setting what kind of content you can host, would that not be set in court very quickly on some of these lawsuits? Like you couldn't just sue for anything. Like you can't sue for absolutely anything on someone's property because we've already established some kind of bar that you have to be able to clear. Is that not true?
Well, it depends. There would be, the problem is, to Josh's credit, if 230 were gone tomorrow, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube face 10 million lawsuits each the next day.
Yes,
Right.
Throw my $290 on there.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just that, it's every site on the internet, everything, internet service providers, all the way down from who lays the cables in the dirt to the most banal services at the tippy top, relying on other infrastructure that aren't their own independent services. They're just an aggregate for other APIs. Every single level of the internet is now subject to 1,000 different lawsuits that otherwise would have been dismissed very early for 230.
Right. Now, doesn't an analog exist in actual property that has been determined as to what Josh is saying? Like, you can't sue the builder of a hotel for something that goes wrong there, right? And that had to have been determined a long time ago.
What the analog would be in the publishing industry. So you have two standards, basically. You have publisher and distributor. The distributor standard is actually much lower than a publisher, or much more lenient than the publisher standard. So a publisher would be like a newspaper or Random House or whoever is actually looking at the material, providing editorial input, perhaps curating the work in a specific way, and then putting their name on it, right? HarperCollins takes a book, they have an editor look at it, they go through it, and then they determine this book has HarperCollins' name on it and it goes out. So if you put defamatory comments in the book, or if you put some other civilly actionable material in that book, then HarperCollins is liable alongside everybody else because they had some sort of duty to mitigate that. Now they
But
could
the
probably
printer isn't liable, right? The guy, the Chinese manufacturing company that actually physically prints the book, they're not liable.
Right, unless they have what's called a distributor liability, and the distributor liability is more along the lines of they only have a duty to remove something if they're affirmatively informed of something happening. So the best way to look at this would be, let's say you submit a manuscript to HarperCollins and you put a bunch of child pornography in that manuscript. Okay, HarperCollins,
just like I did with Men Are Better Than Women.
Yes, and HarperCollins, since they love the pedophilia, they go ahead and publish the book. They don't even care that there's a bunch of illegal material in it. Well, they're liable for that. Now their printer just gets an order from HarperCollins, and they start, they get a PDF and they just hit print, and it gets put into boxes and it goes. Now someone calls up that printer and says, "Hey, there's a bunch of child porn in that PDF that you printed out. You need to fix that." Now they have an affirmative duty to undo the printing, and that's where their liability starts, from when they have constructive knowledge of the problem. So that's the most likely structure that I could see the courts taking in dealing with internet publishing.
And how did that get established? Like, what I'm driving at is, how did that get established? And Josh, don't you think something similar would be established on the internet without 230?
It would, but my question is, what would be cheaper? Because you're talking about these companies, they're hosting in San Francisco, they're hosting in Santa Monica, they're hosting all over California and in the U.S. and Atlanta and then near D.C. What happens when this law goes away and suddenly all these companies have to go to court for 1,000 different reasons? Would it not be cheaper to go to Europe, especially if the censorship in Europe is coincidentally coinciding with what these companies are doing anyways? And also, you mentioned child pornography. That's a very important thing that people forget. It's not just defamation that 230 protects people from. It's criminal liability. If you post child pornography on Facebook, they're not liable for it because of 230. Right. So suddenly, when child pornography skitters across the internet from a pedophile's house to a service, everyone from every ISP involved, because it's not just one. It's the domestic ISP of the pedophile. It's the the backbone ISPs connecting that ISP to the third ISP, which then sends it to a service. The data center involved in that, the person who owns the servers, the person renting the servers, and the person running the service itself on those servers are now all culpable for distribution of child pornography. And 230 protects that. So we'd have to not only do every single civil action in court, it would be every single criminal action in terms of copyright on top of that.
Well, to be fair, they wouldn't have liability unless any of them were affirm, had constructive knowledge of what was going on.
If the court were to go the way of saying that, of what you're saying, using book allegories, but that hasn't been determined yet. It would have to be determined in court and would cost millions of dollars to do it.
But who would it cost? Because
the first person to get prosecuted by the government for having child porn on the site. So it probably wouldn't be Facebook, probably wouldn't be Twitter, because they're the ones that have systems in place for like machine. They have ways to identify child porn now with AI and other tools that just
that guy Lewis or whatever that they hired. That's the guy that's their algorithm for identifying child porn.
Two fat people sitting on the couch together holding hands. That couple, the moderator couple.
This is definitely it. This is definitely child porn. We should get this off the site in about 35 more minutes.
They got Lou, and they don't have to worry about it. So Facebook and Twitter are going to be fine. It's going to be smaller websites that don't have the luxury of AI child pornography detectors that would be the first one to meet this in court. And what would happen is that these things exist as a product. So now I would have to shell out for Microsoft, because Microsoft has I don't remember the name of it, but they have a way to detect offensive material, and that includes child pornography, and that's the AI. So I'd have to pay money to Microsoft to protect myself in the country, because 230 is gone, by making sure every single image posted on my site is paid for to be sent to Microsoft, to be sent back to me as good or bad. So tons of money, another monopoly created by these companies that are doing government regulation compliance. And it's just a fucking nightmare that shouldn't exist.
Josh, did you read any of Ayn Rand's books, like Fountainhead or Atlas Shrugged?
No, but I know the gist of it.
Okay, well, let me just quote Ayn Rand. I reject your premise. Because your premise, sorry, she's such a bitch. Your premise again comes to this either or proposition that either 230 as is exists or 230 can't exist. And I don't think that's true. Dick delineated the two sides of 230. And the interesting thing about that is the side that you're talking about is the side that I think almost everybody actually likes and is in support of. Like, I don't want websites held liable for content uploaded by other people, right? I don't want Twitter liable because some guy decides to put a bunch of child porn up on it. Like, who is that? Professional Contrarian or whatever. I don't want that Twitter to be held liable for their actions. But what I do want is Twitter held liable for their exercise of editorial authority, either over political or ideological reasons, removing someone and interfering with their ability to earn income from another source. Lots of businesses use Twitter for marketing, and having to follow the specific set of rules, otherwise they get thrown off, that's a weird sort of thing when you're supposed to be a platform of speech and an open, or as they describe themselves, a digital public square.
Okay,
can I say something real fast on that, Josh? Sorry,
no, go ahead.
I think that tort law is so important to rein in the negative effects of capitalism. Like, in general, we've got these companies that are just throwing shit up at the wall to be the biggest and to rake in all the VC that they can. And there is nothing right now to rein them in if they cannot be sued for what they do. Like, we're relying on this joke of a discrimination system that, that only works for one side. But I think that we really need lawsuits to keep their behavior in line with a fairness.
Well, here's the thing with that. You have never been banned from a platform. Nobody here who has been banned from any platform has been banned from a platform for being conservative. It has never happened once. The reason why you're banned from a platform is because of racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, all the isms. They'll never ever say, we have the law that I was talking about, the one by Josh Hawley, it covers political discrimination, but that has never happened. You have never been banned for being conservative. You've been banned for saying things that offend people. And it would be extremely difficult in court to prove discrimination, because I think it even happened where James Damore or someone in California tried to use a California discrimination thing for political affiliation to say that he got banned for being a Republican or a conservative.
Sure.
And the court said that you can't say that or you can't prove that, because what you got fired for was making women in the workplace uncomfortable. And that's all they're going to say when you try to legislate this.
I agree with you. What I see in my fantasy lawsuit that I think about while I'm beating off and imagining how big Ayn Rand's tits are is the lawsuit. Were they not big? God damn you!
Well,
Nick.
they're definitely not.
Nikita.
They're definitely not big now. They're shriveled and desiccated, I think.
But in her day, she was like Dolly Parton. She just covered them up. The lawsuit that I'm imagining would be for harm, not over discrimination, but over harm to your business, where you've relied on this platform to build up your business and they chop you off without just cause. They kill your business without just cause. They kill your business because you're exposing corruption within their organization. All of the lawsuits I imagine are them destroying your business, which, I mean, I don't even know if that's a sound case. I feel as an American that should be a sound case, so I rely on
you're
that.
You're going to have a really hard time passing a law that says that, because when you say you only want to make it so that companies can't willingly disengage with you anytime they want, that's the entire premise of like contract employees. And changing the law to change that would affect everything, like including like Uber. And now, a law to say that you can't kick someone off, you can't demonetize someone from your platform without good reason, like an employee employee relation, that would piss off a lot of companies even outside the internet, like Uber.
But there exists examples for that. You can't refuse to sell. If you're a manufacturer, you can't refuse to sell to people just to maintain a monopoly, just to maintain a monopoly with the guys you like. You can definitely get sued for that. I think something similar could and should exist on the internet. I think that recent, what was it? Apple versus, what was the last Supreme Court decision where they said you can sue the App Store as though it's a manufacturer? I got to look it up, but it was one of their most recent decisions.
That's probably based off the fact a long time ago, Microsoft refused to let you install Netscape Navigator because they wanted you to use IE, obviously. And the ruling was that is a monopoly because Microsoft made both the browser and the operating system, and Netscape Navigator was denied even being installed. So it's probably the same logic. Like, you can't use a different app store on your iPhone. You've only got the one.
I looked it up. It goes way back further than that. It was like a brick. You know what, Nick? I'm going to look this up so I get it right.
I was just going to say, it turns out the fastest way to get rid of Netscape Navigator was to let everybody use it.
Yeah, well, then we got Firefox, and Firefox changed the world, baby.
It was Apple versus Pepper. That's what it was.
Like Dr. Pepper?
Yes. No, the salt. Pepper and Salt. They came up. Salt and Peppa, the band. Excuse me. They
Salt
sued
and
Apple.
Peppa. Oh God!
I read this opinion, but it was more than 4 hours ago, so I've completely forgotten it. But they based their decision on Illinois BRIC, the Illinois BRIC doctrine, which Nick, you'll have to look it up and explain it to me someday. But I believe it went all the way back to brick manufacturing, where the manufacturer could not determine who they were selling to because it created an unfair marketplace, which is the same thing that Apple was doing, but just in the digital world.
Here, I'm reading it right now. Illinois BRIC doctrine is a principle of antitrust law, which gives standing to bring an antitrust action to a party who is not an immediate purchaser of a product. In short, indirect purchasers of goods or services cannot recover antitrust damages from antitrust violators. For example, if a manufacturer sells a product to a retailer but dictates the terms by which the retailer must sell the product to a consumer, a court will ignore the retailer and treat the consumer as a direct purchaser of the product. Standard was set in the Supreme Court case Illinois Brick Company versus Illinois in 1977, and hence the name. Rationale for the doctrine was that multiple recovery of the overcharge might be collected if more than one entity in the chain of distribution or of the product could recover from the same violation. However, many state antitrust laws reject the Illinois BRIC doctrine. For example, California versus ARC America Corp. 4 states filed antitrust actions involving cement and concrete under Section 4 of the Clayton Act. This is getting really deep. And under their respective...
Sorry.
No, it's okay. And under their... It's almost done. Under their respective state antitrust statutes seeking damages since they were indirect purchasers of cement and concrete used in the state projects, the court held that while federal law did not permit the appellants as indirect purchasers to receive payment, their respective state statutes did permit indirect purchasers to receive damages. Federal antitrust laws supplement but do not... okay, blah, blah, blah. Basically, this means that... so if Apple is distributing something to a third party who is then selling it to you, I would guess. I haven't read the case, but that would be the idea. Is that, and the App Store is probably a separate entity from Apple. Or maybe they're allowing you to sue Apple as the distributor, even though it's, I don't know. It's weird. I would have to read the case to know what the heck is going on in that. But
Yeah.
the whole 230 thing still it sticks in my craw, because that's an old expression. It sticks in my craw because we're not talking about, again, preventing these or having these companies be liable for what's going on, and that's what I'm getting to. And Josh, I'll disagree with you a little bit, because you said there's no way you're going to prove it's your conservative bias. Well, no company says that they fire someone for being black, but black people sue successfully for being fired for being black all the time. There's all sorts of circumstantial evidence that you have to raise.
People usually incriminate themselves for that.
I mean, not always. It's just if all of the people getting fired are black, that's the first one. That's the first indices that there's an issue. Or if you look at a comparably situated person who is not the same ethnicity as you, and they did not get fired for the exact same infraction or for the exact same issue, then that's what the court would use to determine those sort of things. That's a long-standing principle in anti-discrimination law. The problem, of course, being that political parties are not protected classes, in the sense that when you're talking about like conservatives being thrown off. But California has their weird Unruh Civil Rights Act, which allows political bias or political affiliation as a protected class. But that was to protect the gays back in the 60s. And so
we do?
Yeah, California is one of the few states that actually recognizes it. However, it's not really it's not actually enforced in the way that it seems like it should be. Because if you get fired or kicked out of a store for being conservative or Republican or Democrat, and you go and try and sue based on that, they'll get around it. For some reason, they're hesitant to apply that in that direct way. But that's what the law actually says. They did it though for people, literally to protect gay people and gay supporters in the 60s when they were organizing to have gay rights back in the late 60s in California. And they actually had people who were afraid to speak out because they would be fired. So they put in this specific law to protect them and their affiliation on pro-gay issues.
What if I say it's because I'm gay then, that I got kicked out of a bookstore when I'm jumping around with an American flag and wearing 10 MAGA hats on top of each other?
Well, I think
they have to say
that is pretty gay.
I've watched a few pride parades. I think you'd have to have a sub and some leather on, but I think you could pull it off.
Yeah. Josh, you mentioned how expensive all these or the expense of all the companies leaving. I mean, do we benefit from them here anyway?
Yes, one of our main exports is culture. We make movies, we have internet services, and we make airplanes and food, and that's basically it. That's the entire U.S. economy.
Yeah.
We make processors.
Yeah, that's true. Not anymore, because AMD is going to beat out Intel, because Intel keeps fucking up. But
AMD is going to beat off with that China trade embargo.
Well, every country in the world except the U.S. will have AMD processors, I guess.
Yeah.
And specifically like this, I don't know. Have you read this law that Holly is trying to pass through?
I skimmed it. I didn't get through all of it. So the interesting section to me is that it seems like they carve out a pretty specific group of websites. Right?
It's like 33 million Americans per month, or in the next, or at any point in the last 12 months.
Yeah, covered company. Here's the section. It says the term covered company means a provider of an interactive computer service other than an organization described in Section 501C of the Internal Revenue Code of 19. So this doesn't cover nonprofits, which is exempt from taxation under 501A of such code, that at any time during the most recent 12-month period. So any for-profit company that had more than 30 million active monthly users in the United States, had more than 300 million active users monthly worldwide, or had more than $500 million in global annual revenue. Those are the companies that are covered. So only for-profit companies that meet those three criteria. So what's your problem with that? What's your problem with that, Josh?
That's the Legion of Doom, isn't it? That's the Silicon Valley Legion of Doom that you just listed.
Well, number one, it seems arbitrary. I don't know. I don't think I'd like any bill that's basically just this one company has to operate in a specific way, which is what this is saying.
No, it's a category of companies that have to operate in a specific way, and that, I mean, we start
with G and end with Oogle.
Yeah, but we have myriad laws that apply to categories of companies, right? Like insurance companies are regulated in. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And here, let me give you an example. In Minnesota, right? If you're an insurance company, you have a set of regulations that you have to follow. Now, if you're what's called a township mutual insurance company, which started back in the 1870s, and that's when a bunch of farmers in a small town would get together because farmers would not, or State Farm or whatever, would not come out to the small town to provide insurance products. So these guys would get together and they say, look, if we all pitch in $1,000, we have a big giant pool of money. And then if something happens to one of our farms, we can just pull on that big pool of money, and we can actually insure as like a cooperative, right? In Minnesota specifically, those are regulated completely differently. Actually, they're regulated the same way they were when that whole idea was created. So you're talking about normal insurance companies that do homeowners insurance are regulated under laws that were written up in the past, 5-10 years. Whereas these township mutuals, their regulations were literally dated in 1890. So you can imagine the vast difference. Now, you go to an insurance company. This is the nefarious thing, right? You go to your let's say you go to Kirkhoven and Hayes Mutual Insurance Company, which is one about 30 miles from my house. And you buy insurance from them, you buy home insurance. What they do is they sell you what's called a farmer's mutual package. Even though you don't have a farm, it doesn't matter to them. They sell you a farmer's mutual package. And then if your house burns down, they only have to pay you back a quarter of the value of your house. Whereas if you were insured with a major insurer like American Family, who's regulated currently, they would have to pay you the full amount for a total loss. So that's nice.
You bring up insurance. I meant to bring this up earlier, Josh, when you were talking about how a website like yours or all these small websites, like even though it doesn't say in this bill, let's say the bill goes through and then they open up the floodgates and they get rid of 230 entirely. Would you be open to something like in California, we rely on it. I only know about it because
no insurance company would insure the Kiwi farms, if that's what you're suggesting.
Well, why not? You don't think? I mean,
for the same reason why I can't get a payment processor, because it has an elevated fraud risk. That's why they would never insure it. I couldn't get a host. I had to buy IP addresses. I had to go out of the country to buy IP addresses. I had to buy my own servers. I had to find some co-location company I could buy half a rack from that would enter into a contract with me that could not be unilaterally severed without specific conditions. Like I had to break my neck to find hosting for the site. There's no insurance company in the world that's going to support a site that is as openly antagonistic towards the general public as mine. That's just not happening.
I just can't imagine you're as big a target. Like I know how big of a target you are.
Dick, do you know how many lawsuits? Do you know how many lawsuits Kiwi Farm is getting mentioned in these days?
Yeah, but that seems to me like it would be a drop in the bucket compared to like Facebook or Twitter or something like. And I know that they'd be. I got to think it would be absorbed in some way because they would be hit with so many gigantic lawsuits from all the people they have fucked over the years, like Alex Jones, number one on the list, people who make your crazies look like Donnie and Marie Osmond, you know, like those are the same people that would be going after them.
I don't know, man. I don't think that exists. I don't know of any site that has more active, insane people trying to dismantle it than mine. Because I give a front end for Encyclopedia Dramatica, and even Encyclopedia Dramatica doesn't even come close. Like I get like it's an unimaginable amount of complaint volume that I get.
Yeah.
How many complaints do you get like on the average day?
Well, I host other websites now. I get like 4 or 5 per day.
Oh, that's not that many.
Every day.
Every day.
For a site that's like the Alexa 10,000 worldwide. It's not Facebook. It's not Google. It's insane people saying that we're gonna get the Department of Homeland Security to drone strike your house like every fucking day.
Do you think those people could figure out a lawsuit to sue you? Like
no,
Kevin Landau doesn't have that much time.
There are people who are smarter than them, who actively watch the site, who know about the legal situation that it's in, who are waiting for things to change. Because here's the thing: it's Google. Here's my main point, because I want to. My main defense is, and this is something I know Dick will agree on for sure, is that the issue. This is a symptom. The fact these companies are unassailable, unreplaceable, and can do whatever they want is specifically because payment processors are allowed to discriminate at will. They don't even need an excuse to get rid of you. They will say they will get rid of you however they like. And
well, they're legally required to.
Well, because of the Patriot Act, they have to get rid of high risk or potentially high risk. It's a mess. The U.S. Patriot Act, here, instead of repealing 230, why don't we repeal the Patriot Act?
Why not both?
Because the Patriot Act has too good of a name, dude. You're never going to get that shit repealed. How are you going to repeal a Patriot after the Marvel Universe and Captain America? No fucking way.
To be fair, we could just send the paper down to Belize and call it the Expatriate Act. It'd be fine. Could put it in a nice villa.
Is that a reference to McAfee, who will be on the Dick Show this Saturday?
It wasn't, but that's a ridiculous catch for the show. I'm happy for it.
Is. I got 10 minutes. I'm really going to be in lightning mode with that guy. I'm going to see if he'll adopt me.
He's got 10 whole minutes for you. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's what he's got between whores and cryptocurrency, wherever the hell he does every day.
That's like $45 million, Dick. I hope you're happy.
Can you ask him how many whales he could have sex with in 10 minutes?
I will do that. Yeah, exactly. In billionaire and millionaire time, that's like a week and a half. So yeah, I'll do it.
That's a lot of whales.
I agree with you, Josh, that the payment processes are a huge problem. I think
the biggest problem in the universe, in fact, Dick.
Yeah.
Vote it up.
Yeah.
No, here's the thing. Don't repeal. Here, I will yield. If this will never happen, but if you can legislate in such a way that two people can voluntarily send money to each other without anybody being able to tell them otherwise in the United States, and that doesn't work, then we can repeal 230. I'll give up. I'll say whatever.
That just never happened. The only thing that'll fix that is cryptocurrency. That is the only thing that'll save us from credit cards.
I don't think crypto is going to fix it.
Why?
Because the average person will not adopt crypto in that way, and the payment processors already have patents on the way to convert cryptocurrency into fiat currency. They already have the patent on the payment processing system. So when you go to your grocery store to use your Bitcoin because you're super secret internet bad guy, the grocery store is going to use their MasterCard terminal to convert your Bitcoin into real money, and they're still going to turn you away. You better take up farming, Josh.
No, I do think that people will adopt it when it offers them something that they don't have right now. Like credit cards were not always. If you went to somebody in the 50s and said credit cards, here's a credit card, what do you think? They're going to say, you're fucking insane. This thing takes. I got to dial a phone number and sit there with a rotary and spell out magnetic strips. I think there is an opportunity for Bitcoin and cryptocurrency to come in and offer something that credit cards don't.
I'm just saying that if you think there is, and Josh thinks there is, and I think there is,
there's people going, crypto is stupid, crypto is shit, crypto Jews, it's ran by the banks. It's like,
no, but
you have.
But ignoring that. So the massive brain trust that is we three, the triumvirate of internet, have come up with this brilliant idea that crypto will save the world. Well, so have the people who have figured out that crypto is the biggest threat to them. And what they'll do is they'll do a value add proposition to all of the people currently in their distribution network, which is literally the entire earth. And they will find a way to add value beyond me getting your 64 bit hexadecimal crypto wallet and typing it into my phone. And 99% of people, though, are going to adopt whatever MasterCard or Visa comes up with on the way to exchange crypto. That's maybe I'm cynical, but
no. I think you're right, but I think you're thinking too small for what crypto can bring to the table. I think that in the next, and this is going to be like conspiracy idiot aliens. I'm going to pull my hair out and do the pose for everybody.
Yeah, do that.
I think that we're hitting a point where our monetary system is unsustainable. In and of itself, I think the debt is unsustainable. I think the IMF is unsustainable. I think the Fed is I think we're reaching unsustainable levels of debt with the nature of our currency, so that people will start shifting to a cryptocurrency that self-maintains value in a way that the dollar doesn't. Like, I think we're looking at a future long term where the nature of cryptocurrency, the distributed nature of cryptocurrency, and the way that it is not possible to maintain will give it a value store that current fiat currency does not. I think that's what ultimately will drive people to it, and that it is the only thing that will fix the stranglehold of credit card companies. Because credit card companies now, they're the market of credit card companies are like Netflix. The U.S. market is done. They're not even paying attention to it. Everything they're doing is Africa, China, and trying to take over a section of the world and get their cards in people's hands before they establish a reliable currency. So I don't even think they're willing to deal on any of this shit. Politicians definitely aren't willing to deal on anything with credit cards. We're talking about regulating fucking loot boxes, for God's sake. The possibility of fixing credit cards has sailed a long fucking time ago. People are too stupid to even understand it. But I do think there is a very real possibility in the future for cryptocurrency to offer, for you to not exist unless you have some kind of a cryptocurrency, because our fiat system is so unsustainably and poorly managed.
The Luddites in chat are driving me crazy because
what are they saying?
It's volatile, so it's not worth adopting, and it's a fake, it's magic internet money. Like that's the opinions of people who have never looked into it at all. Yeah,
as soon as we find a chunk of gold in space the size of all the gold that's ever been mined, then see how much the magic internet currency works that can only be created with math. You can't find more math in space, you dumb fucks. You can't find a shitload of gold.
Have you tried 0G math?
Wow.
You haven't been hand jobbed by math until you've had 0G math, Dick.
Yeah.
The main draw, people say, oh, crypto offers nothing. Crypto offers something that does not exist in the modern world. I can send Dick Masterson $1,000 right now, and nobody can fucking tell me I can't do that. I can do that right now. I can do it from my chair. I don't have to get it co-signed. I don't have to get an intermediary involved. I don't have to have somebody from a regulatory commission pass it off. It doesn't have to go to my IRS. I can just do it, and nobody will know, and nobody can say otherwise. And that is a service that is so valuable right now. It does not have a non-crypto equivalent. It does not.
Prove it, pussy. Send him $1,000 right
Yeah,
now.
prove it. I don't think you're man enough to do it, God.
Oh goodness.
I already give him like $20 a month. He's fine. He doesn't need more.
You give this guy.
I sent Josh $1,000 on from New Project 2. I just checked the thing. You haven't requested a payout, but the last one was like $1,000, wasn't it?
Yeah, my madattheinternet.com hosted by New Project 2 is doing very well for anyone.
God, it makes me so happy. You have no fucking idea how happy that amount makes me. But maybe more than any other amount I've ever. Well, fuck, I didn't even make it. Just transferring it, I think. Oh, God, fuck everybody that didn't want him to have this. Fuck you, man. That's Josh's money.
How many complaints do you get? Because I know you get complaints and you don't tell me about them.
No, none. I've been getting complaints for so long that I just route them straight into the fucking trash.
Yeah, I actually looked at your New Project too, and I was jealous. So nice work.
You should see Soph's.
What's hers?
I think it's just Soph.
Hold on.
Let me see. Uh-oh, is it down?
I think so. Everybody just checked it.
Yeah.
The entire stream just checked it right now.
I got something to do. I got something to yell at. He'll be back in a minute.
Well, why don't I go through some of these chats here? Speaking of that,
somebody has access to the bank still. Somebody's in good currency with.
Hey, I'm.
YouTube.
Here we go. How do I do this to offend the maximum number of people? I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. I still have access to the banks.
He's not a xenophobe or a racist like the rest of you.
No way. No way. I'm proper. I'm proper. That
I hate Palestine.
Do you know that like you get 4 complaints a day? I'm crying for you. I really am. 4 complaints. I don't know how you deal with such abuse. I get like 1 complaint a month, and it's always about a Jew joke, which is funny because like I make fun of so many different people, but it's always the Jew joke that gets it.
It's funny because you'd be a figurehead of the Third Reich. Look at you. They'd make statues out of you if Hitler had won. You'd be on currency if Hitler had won the war.
Better not stop noticing things, Nick. You're gonna get in trouble.
Uh-oh.
You're gonna lose the super chats before you even get them. They're burning up in the air as they fall into your hand.
It's done. It's game over. Game over, man. Okay, well, I lost my window. Hold on. Here we go. We've got this one. This is from Fly Counter. It says, "Longtime lurker here. If you want to watch a broken down retired U.S. Air Force vet hike the Appalachian Trail, check out at J McGuire Hikes on YouTube and or Twitter. Would love to interact and hear feedback from you nerdos. Shoot." Invix says, "I'm the technical specialist for settlement at a large financial institution. So I have working understanding and relationship with relationships. Visa and MasterCard consumers aren't the reason why crypto won't work. It's the B2B payments." What are B2B payments?
Business to business.
Business to business or bank to bank. Yeah, well, the bank to bank.
Fuck banks to banks. They could send each other their own shit in bags for all I care.
I want to propose legislation that makes banks illegal. Is that possible? Can we just do that and rely on
Yes, as they are now. Yes, we can we can divide their public side and their investment side again, which it was supposed to be for the longest time, and we can raise the fractional reserve banking rates to 100%, which they should also be. Yes, we can absolutely make banks illegal.
Wait,
tomorrow.
One day, Nick.
So you think just out of curiosity, you think a fractional reserve banking should be so that Wells Fargo has $100 million in deposits, that they should have $100 million cash at all times? Is that what you're saying?
I think that they should have to. Yeah, I think they should have to have at least record of 100% of their outstanding loans. I don't think they should only have to show 10% of it.
Okay,
I don't think that they should be able to make a loan for $100,000 and then go grab 10 grand from the bond market. They should have to grab a whole 100.
Yeah, well, I think I agree with you. I was just trying to clarify what you meant, because with the way money works now, it's all pretend. So it's like, what does a fractional reserve rate of 10% even mean when you're talking about bits? Like, right, we're dealing with ones and zeros here.
Crypto would completely screw up the entire banking system if it was used that way, because you can't, like with credit, you can get that money back. with Bitcoin, if it's gone, it's gone. You can't change the blockchain without a very specific.
So
undertaking.
how would lending work on the blockchain? Because
It would have to be through it would have to be where they could sue you in a court to get it back, because you would never be able to force that money back out of somebody's hand.
right. It's just weird because I mean, for all of the faults of banks and all of that stuff, they have created an amount of money that wouldn't otherwise exist through the lending process, right? Because they take $100,000 of money. They keep 10,000 of pretend money, and they loan 90,000 out, and that 90,000 over the period of 30 years becomes another $100,000, right? So,
That's correct, but that's not true that the money wouldn't exist if they had left it on the gold and silver standard, or they left it on the silver standard and let the money get found over time. It would be created in a natural way that as to offset the new population and to keep a consistent inflation level. So that is true what you're saying, but it is not the only way we could have gotten all that money in the system.
I'm curious how it works with crypto.
Well, yeah, with crypto, Bitcoin is the way the mining process works. It's also naturally limited. Like the amount of new coins in the system is limited in the same way that the difficulty of discovering new gold would be.
The ceiling of Bitcoin is like there are 84 million coins in the world, and every so often, as it gets closer to that, the payouts for mining halves, and it will continue to do that forever. It will never completely mine out that 84 million coins. It'll just become infinitesimally small over time.
And then you have to include coins that are astro mining based or even mining based, like coins that are resource based, where discovering the resources generates new coins.
How much whiskey coin do you own, Dick?
All of it.
You know there is a whiskey coin, right? And it's backed,
Is there really? I didn't know that.
It's backed by like 50-year plus barrels of whiskey.
Oh, I need some of that.
Okay, we've got Patrick Thompson says, "Hey Nick, buddy, hope all is well. I got a question for you. Would you rather have a shoe entree with Shane or get the world's longest reach around from Arms Girl?" Got the world's longest reach around because I wouldn't even see her. I mean, she'd be in a different state. It'd be great. Cypher,
that's her name now, Arms Girl. That's great.
You've seen that picture, right?
Oh yeah. Her arms are as wide as they are long. It's disgusting.
Her hands are in different time zones than her head. It's amazing.
The hands across America. It's just her.
Cypher's Cinema says, "My 3 favorite internet entertainers together on one stream. I'm excited to see where the conversation leads us. Probably into disaster. Every game played says, the issue I have now is that the platforms are lying to the users of the platforms about what they can do. I'd much rather the platform be honest about its intent so that I could find the platform I wish to patron." Any comment on that, Josh?
Well, here's a fun thing that this reminded me of is that I read through the entire bill from top to bottom. And the most striking part of the entire bill that I've not mentioned, I've saved this, is that there is an exemptions area for that very small category of business. Would you like to guess what an exemption would be? Why somebody could censor somebody on Twitter in this bill?
Is this on Halsey's or what? Is it child porn? Is it for the children?
No.
What
is it? Trump related?
It is a Trump. No, it is. You can make an excuse to censor somebody.
Oh, business necessity.
If it's a business necessity, which means, let's say, here's how I imagine this working. MasterCard already has a business relationship with the ADL and the SPLC in monitoring hate speech. You abstract Twitter moderation to these not-for-profits, and they monitor hate speech on the platform. And MasterCard says, we will continue to do business with you so long as you offload moderation to these companies. And Twitter says, okay. And then they can continue to process payments. They can continue to have access to MasterCard. And ADL and SPLC will do the moderation. And therefore, it's a business expense, and it completely tears through Hawley's bill.
Hold on. It was a business expense? That's the...
It says
if there is any business reason for it, it's an exemption.
Yeah, but it says it does not include any action designed to appeal to or gain favor from person or groups because of their political beliefs, political party membership, or support for political candidates. So arguably, ADL and SPLC would qualify under those as overtly political groups.
Well, it's not. It's not. I mean, Mastercard's doing this, and Mastercard just doesn't.
Yeah, but they're appealing to ADL and SPLC. That's who you said would do the moderation.
ADL and SPLC don't appeal to specific groups, do they?
Well, I don't know. Do they?
You'd have to argue that. Yeah.
I think I could argue that. I think I could argue that ADL appeals to a specific group.
The Anti-Defamation League.
Yeah.
What group? Like,
Jews.
The Jews. Oh my God.
That's it. Stream over.
Good luck. Good luck arguing that one in court.
And the SPLC appeals to a specific group too. The mentally handicapped.
Is it? No, you're making a joke.
Yeah, that's
like a racist now.
Yeah.
That's a joke. Yeah, you do sound like a racist, and I sound like a jerk. That's all. Okay. I'll take jerk over racist every day.
I don't know, because MasterCard would just say in response is that we have to do this because of the Patriot Act, and you're not going to get the Patriot Act removed because it has a great name. So we're at a deadlock again. I've already defeated this bill in my head.
Yeah, you've defeated all the lawsuits too. You're their best lawyer.
The question is, how many pitchforks do you have to take to MasterCard's home offices? How many employees does MasterCard have? I think you'd need at least one pitchfork.
Guy.
That's my thought.
There's just one guy in a basement.
Yeah.
He really hates people.
He's like, look, that Jihad Watch guy, that guy's got to go.
He inherited MasterCard like Mr. Deeds a couple years ago and started playing fast and loose.
Well, that's my thought, especially after Etika. I don't want to say this out loud, but Etika makes me think something regarding how these companies are treating people and how it affects them. Like, you're going to see a lot of Etikas. You're going to see a lot more people who are just completely destroyed as a result because they think, this is what I want to spend my life doing. I have a lot of fun. People engage with me, and then they're just like plucked out of existence. And then what? How do you move on from that? Because it's not like you learn a professional skill in the course of editing YouTube videos, right? It's like once you're out of that economy, that ecosystem, you're gone forever. Your life is ruined. So I don't know. Maybe we need to just skip the legislation, and we just need to march on these people. The proletariat uprising. I'm for that.
I think the interesting thing about Etika is that not only does YouTube or other platforms, they have the ability. I love your tweet, by the way. You were like, didn't you demonetize his channel?
Yeah, a lot of people did. That was my most successful tweet ever. It got like 500 retweets and 1,600 likes. And I was just saying, like, didn't you like ban this guy's first channel and demonetize him completely?
Yeah, I love that they just danced on his grave like that immediately after. Like, why are you guys even weighing in? Everyone blames you for this.
The nefarious part to me isn't that believe me, I hate that they demonetize anybody. I'm opposed to, I think all of the Nazis should be monetized. I think everybody should be monetized because that's who I am. If you don't like it, don't consume the content. But that aside, I think what's worse than just demonetizing someone like Etika is that YouTube and other companies provide a platform that encourages a level of ridiculousness that will follow someone when they're off of YouTube, right?
Yes,
like, true. Like I don't know that any of us three can do too much once this is done.
I'm fucked.
Yeah,
there's no hope for me. Like even like Ralph and Mumkey, who's a hot topic, he's fucked.
Yeah.
And what's funny is that YouTube said something like, if you're feeling suicidal, call the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. And I just wanted an addendum like, but don't call us.
Yeah, you guys can't set up like a voicemail number or something.
Couldn't they at least,
people?
They should have a 10-minute video with appropriate tags that you can just watch to help prevent suicide. They can push that right up the algorithm.
How serious are you? Very or not very?
That would get demonetized because mental health is a demonetizable thing now.
Oh God!
That's Boogie's been crying about that because all of his pity videos are getting demonetized by YouTube because they don't want ads rolling on shit about suicide anymore.
Truth be told, everything.
How's he gonna pay to put solar panels on his teeth?
Ever since Etika went to Greenland, actually, like every single stream I do gets demonetized preemptively, and I get it back later. But I mean, it's every stream now, no matter what subject. And I've been talking to a couple other guys. It's like everything that they put out gets demonetized first. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's the goal. They want QVC. They don't need you anymore. Like, they don't need any creators anymore. They don't care. They got the Marvel universe on their platform. They don't need little guys anymore.
Yeah, that's. I was just talking about that to someone last night about how that's my. Or no, it was today. That was my. That video's not out yet, but that's my nightmare scenario for YouTube, is that that it'll turn into cable TV.
Yeah,
it's going to. And the process of posting to YouTube is going to be convoluted. The process of monetization is going to become very convoluted. And my main like that. I feel that backs up what I have to say. Like, even if they did push this through, all that, what would stop YouTube from going, okay, well, we're not going to play fair with people. If you want to get on our platform, you have to be vetted. You have to be a blue check mark to even post now. And everybody else can watch, and maybe they can submit things and they can be approved in a slow way. But we're not going to be a social media platform in that sense now. We're going to be cable television, or we're going to be between two ferns where celebrities read tweets and stuff. What stops that? Because you still can't have competition.
The money stops that. In all these cases, these companies, YouTube, Apple, all of them have so much money because the law is funneling it to them. The way they can abuse, the way they can run their antitrust operations makes them that money. The way Apple can abuse our trade deals and make all the phones in China, make all the profits here. All of these laws make these companies too rich to challenge. Like, BitChute can't challenge YouTube only because they got no VC would ever come into BitChute and say, hey, I like what you guys are doing here. You got a real shot. I'm going to dump some money in here so you can church this place up and get it going, because they know there's no fucking way they can compete with YouTube and all of their money. If we can empty the war chest, drain the war chest, I think smaller competitors eventually in the long run have a chance of competing with the big guys.
Not if they can't get payment processing. Even if we were, let's say we shatter Twitter, and now it's 6 different federated services that are below that threshold. They're all going to be the exact same thing, or they're going to go bankrupt because they can't get payment processing.
Oh, good. Go bankrupt. I hope Jack goes bankrupt. Hey, Jack, don't ban me.
No, I mean, if they get bankrupt, it's because they decided to go against the wishes of MasterCard. They're going to be, even if you shatter Twitter to 6 Twitters, they're all going to be exactly the same, give or take. And any dissenter is going to be bankrupt because they can't get money.
Don't tell Gab.
Well, Gab doesn't make money.
No, I know. But don't tell him, because I love their trying.
I don't think that these big companies can operate at the losses that they do for as long as they have to establish the dominance that would be required if they didn't have the amount of money that they have right now.
No, of course not. And here's the thing, Twitter just became profitable. 2018 was the first profitable year of Twitter's entire history. YouTube will never be profitable. YouTube runs at a loss of over $1 billion a year and always has. So the thing is, how do you antitrust Google and enable YouTube? And even if you do, all these shitty little channels, do you know how much bandwidth you're costing YouTube right now at 1080p times 5150? That's thousands of dollars in bandwidth that nobody else can provide. You couldn't provide that.
That's why they take 30% of my super chats.
Even then, I don't think, even with the money you make, I don't think you cover your own bills.
No, of course not. I'm joking.
So it's a destitute situation, especially when it comes to YouTube, because no other company besides Alphabet can afford to do the charitable service that is YouTube. And that's what it is. It's a charity case. No matter what the reason why they bother to spend that money, what makes YouTube worth $1 billion a year is, number one, keeping people off of Facebook, which is the number one competitor to YouTube in terms of video sharing. And number two, it's to have influence over politics so that they can do what they want. That's where that $1 billion is worth the money, and they're increasingly pulling off the limbs of people that are hurting their political interests. So how does BitChute have competition to YouTube? Well, the answer is peer-to-peer, where the bandwidth expenses are levied to the users themselves, and that's the only hope for that. And even then, they're still not going to be profitable, because how do you get money to BitChute? If it ever becomes a real threat to YouTube, you're going to get Z-lined and nobody's going to do business with them. And then it's still going to be, it'll be a nominal loss because of the bandwidth thing, but it'll still be a loss.
So do you think, so you don't think a competitor can exist to Google, is what you're saying?
I don't think a competitor can exist to YouTube. I think Google has competition, and I'm glad you brought that up because I get to go on a rant now. YouTube has
good. I didn't want to say anything anyway.
YouTube has competition. It has Yandex, it has DuckDuckGo, it has StartPage, it has all these other things. You might say, well, Bing's not competition to YouTube or to Google. Come on now. It is. And there's a reason why the Kiwi Farms is not de-indexed from Google. I have tweets from Liz Fong Jones, who was the head of the news list trans at Google. And she said that she was actively petitioning the higher ups in that company to ban my site specifically. And despite the head, service reliability engineer and head of trans at google.com internally petitioning Google to ban my site from their index, it's still up. Why? Because if they start harming their core product, which is the Google search feature, then they will lose, because that's their money. That's how they pay for all these nice toys like YouTube that they can be biased in. Because Yandex is a perfectly good competitor to Google, and so is DuckDuckGo, and so is all the other ones. They can lose that. If they started manipulating search results to the point where it affected the actual results you got negatively to the average user, Bing would immediately replace it. Because why not? Nothing keeps you tied to Google. There's no supremacy in Google. There's no service in Google that cannot be easily replaced.
Google does that, though.
They tweak things. They do not outright censor things. Even when it came to 8chan, when 8chan got delisted from Google for child pornography being all over the place, if you typed a query with 8chan in the query, it would still show 8chan. DailyStormer.name is the only, or .com was the only other site I know of that got banned completely from Google, except for SEO manipulators.
Please don't bring up queries during Pride Month. I don't like that. It's not acceptable
I like
language
that
on
you
YouTube.
pretended not to know if it was .com or not, too, Josh. Very good acting.
Well, no, .name is the new one. .com or whatever got banned from the search results, but .name still shows up. That's because they got a new domain. But .com got banned because of the Charlottesville Dodge Charger thing. That's why that got banned. But so it's very, very, very specific, and only to immense pressure does Google get rid of that. And it's not even internal pressure. They know they can't screw around with their core product because there is competition to it.
I 100% agree with you. And all I'm hearing from that is if this 230 protection evaporates, YouTube's going to have to start paying out a lot of settlements to just make people like Mumkey Jones and Alex Jones, Jim Jones, whatever Joneses are out there that they banned, because they sue and they want to get rid of it. The same reason they killed the heel stream after the bad press. Same reason you get in a car accident, you get an automatic 10 grand. You sue YouTube because you got kicked off because they fucked up your business. They destroyed your livelihood. They just write you a check. And I'm perfectly fine with that. I think that would make a lot of wrongs right in this instance.
I don't. Especially because it doesn't. It's specifically the cards. That's all it is.
Credit cards.
I don't think it's just the cards, though. I don't think so at all. I mean, I think the cards are a parallel problem, but I don't think it's solely the cards.
If there was competition to these services, they would not be as big as they are. I said, well, Gab is competition to Twitter. It's not profitable.
But I mean, are you telling me if I make conserve a card where only, my super Republican allies will all have the special credit card, and we magically create a I know this is impossible, but we magically create a competitor to MasterCard tomorrow. No one gets banned off of YouTube the next day?
I think you're talking about the Discover card. Is that?
Well, Discover Card and American Express already exists. They don't have any permanence outside. Like, I use a Discover Card for everything, but I can't get that thing to swipe outside of Japan. I don't know why Japan, but actually I do know why Japan, because 7-Eleven accepts Discover, and 7-Eleven is really big in Japan, so they have Discover Card in Japan.
Josh, I've never heard you say a more Josh thing than I use Discover Card.
Yep.
A card I haven't heard of in 10 years.
Yep, thank you.
Now imagining you whipping out your Discover card that looks like an old pirate map that's burned around the edges.
You know why?
Don't forget when he leaves Japan, he uses his Diners Club card. It's fine. Just
well, Discover is a part of the Diners Club network.
sorry.
Okay, so let me tell you why I have a Discover card. My mom wanted to teach me financial responsibility when I was 13, and Discover card was the only company that gave $100 credit lines to 13-year-olds. So I have been a member since
2 years ago when you were 13.
2007.
I don't know if the cards are keeping YouTube up. Like the advertising industries, I think it's going to give the cards a run for its money in that arena. Twitter too. I don't know if it's the cards. Like I do agree that the cards, even after having dealt with the cards in the banks for the last 6 months or 5 months or whatever, they have a stranglehold on everything, and it's like a black box. Like you feel like the secret police are going to show up at your house and ask what you're doing. The people you talk to are not the people in charge. They don't know the people in charge. It's very weird. It's a very weird system, and I hate it. And I think it's un-American. Everything's wrong with it. But I don't know that it's what's wrong with YouTube.
Hey, I'll be right back. You guys carry on. I have to go take care of something that I completely forgot. I'll be right back.
The Discover card people are showing up at his house right now.
Good. In the Discover card world order, I will be the king, and I will rule fairly over my kingdom.
You know, I think I have a Discover card from way back. Probably when you got yours. Probably about that time I have it, and I don't think I've closed the account. I probably still have it hidden somewhere in my house.
No, I think it is specifically because I know if I could run credit cards on my site, it would make a lot of money. It would, because for instance, with Google AdSense, I ran ads very early on the front page and on the thread list because that was the only place where the Google bots couldn't detect like porn next to an ad.
Right.
It was way, way below. Like only like 10% of traffic was ever exposed to an ad. And it still made $200 a month before I got kicked off. If I could run those ads on every page, including threads, and I was running it with current traffic, I'm sure it would be like $5,000 to $10,000 a month.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts a lot. And I sold Ethereum. I bought Ethereum at $1. Yeah, and I sold it at $10 to get an airplane ticket. Oh, so I mean, I got 10 times my money's worth. That's good money.
Yeah, you really nailed it.
It's not 200 times money is the thing.
Oh, to buy a plane ticket too. Those cost a lot. That must have been a lot of Ethereum.
Yes, it was all of it.
You should use Planecoin. That's a cryptocurrency that's backed by the schedule of United Airlines, so it's extremely volatile.
Oh my God!
If you get your ass kicked, they give you 1 million plane coins. So every time you get on a plane now, it's like WWE. People are just trying to get in fights to get thrown off.
God, that would be funny. What if you could get into first class by fighting your way up? It's like, look, I'm at the back of the plane. First, I have to kick the ass of the guy in the exit row. Then you have to get the economy plus guy. You have to just tear that guy apart, and then finally you get to challenge a first class.
What if there was like a video games version of that where you could enter into the kumite of plane seat fighting. So you kick a guy's ass who's in front of you, and he's just like, "Well, honey, I got to switch seats with this guy. Sorry."
Yeah.
Hope he's not a weirdo.
Yeah. Don't worry, he won't bleed on you too bad.
Yeah. Tell me what you guys think about this, because you always hear this free market argument when it comes to censorship on the internet, and how even without the 230 stuff, like I think everybody who understands sees that 230 at least is not a free market. Like that, everybody can say, okay, that's definitely government intervention already before we even get to who gets banned from what, build your own internet, build your own whatever. I think that the original sin to all of this goes all the way back to the telecommunications network vis-a-vis the patent law system that we have. which is what I think caused initially this entire clusterfuck in the first place. Because you've got something like the telecommunications network that should an invention that everybody was working on, that we would get to as a civilization as a whole, but it was given to the control of one group of guys. I don't know what you guys think about that, but it's always seemed like everything traces back to that event. Like the FCC goes all the way back to that, and all of this insane regulation, all of which, or most of which, prohibits development of these systems that we have, makes them essentially terrible, makes them terrible when compared with other countries in the world. It all goes back to this very unequal patent law system.
I don't know if it goes all the way back to that, but I do think that the competition of laying cables is very important, because my internet here, I live in one of the poorest countries in the world. And the internet here is fantastic. It's one of the best, because they let whoever, like, I walk outside, there are messes of wires like stapled to the sides of buildings. whoever wants to run electricity and whoever wants to run a fiber optic, they just lay them. They don't give a shit, and it works fantastic.
Sounds like North Minneapolis, frankly.
Yeah.
What's the solution though? Because Dick, I agree with you that there's something in the distribution, and this is a build your own internet argument, right? Is that there's no way that you can't get enough billionaires to lay cable to every person's house. You can't do it. The only way that people lay cable to every person's house as it is, because you'd always have that one like crotchety farmer who's like, well, I'll do it for $12 million. You know, it'd be a ridiculous amount to just run a cable underground. So that's all propped up by the government's use of eminent domain in establishing these easements. So what's the solution though? That's the question I don't have the answer to.
I think that the last mile problem turned what could have been the last mile bundling problem. I never know if it's bundling or unbundling. I never know which way it is. I remember when they did it, and I remember which way it was. Right. I think that the control over the last mile created a monopoly on the internet, and that before that it would have been possible to have competing internets, like back in the BBS days when you had to pick how you connected and you called in, and your experience was filtered. Your experience was filtered based on a very local, hyper customized, and also free. Usually, almost always free, or a small amount that you would pay to connect. And at the time, it was the equipment was more expensive. The equipment was insanely expensive back then, so you were paying nothing to connect to it. I think that the last mile problem killed any incentive for companies to compete in your connection and as a whole for the entire internet, which is why there's one Twitter. Like Parler's never going to challenge him, Gab's never going to challenge him, because there's just the one place to go.
I think you're underestimating minds.
Oh, you mean ThinkSpot? ThinkSpot? Does everybody have their ThinkSpot ready to go?
Well, no, here's a query, because you guys are so mad about the cables. Why is Nick in support of this Band-Aid attacking the symptoms idea of regulating social media, but not in support of net neutrality?
I am in support conceptually of net neutrality. Shut down. Take that. What's up?
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I'm not. I'm anti-net neutrality big time.
God damn it.
I don't think the U.S. has implemented a successful net neutrality policy, but if the idea is that everybody should have equal access to the internet, then sure. Or I know that's simplifying what net neutrality is, but you get the gist of it. Here's the problem, though. Here's the counter net neutrality argument, is that somebody owns those cables and somebody pays to maintain them. So why the hell don't they get to dictate the prices of their services to different people? And why don't they get to put in a fast lane for higher bandwidth customers?
Because if you think it's bad right now, wait until you can't connect to Gab because you're getting throttled.
But I mean, I get you. I get you. I'm not saying that that's my argument. I'm saying that that's the counter net neutrality argument is right. Like, well, how do you tell this company that they can't cut a special deal with another company to give a prioritized service to someone else who's going to use it? And the argument being like, why would RicadaLaw.com need the same level of service that YouTube or Netflix would? That's a hard argument.
The reason why your office requires the same level of electricity as the Starbucks or
my office doesn't require anywhere near the level of electricity that Starbucks does.
It doesn't require the same reliability of electricity either that like a hospital does, or even like a Walmart does. They're going to get special accommodations from the city compared to Nick, which is fine.
And you do too when you are one of those businesses. I had an office for several years. I now work from home, but having an office for several years, I had a different service level agreement with my internet service provider than I do at home. And it's not even really available. Business internet isn't available in residential areas, but they had a service level agreement where if something went out, I mean, I could have someone on the phone and fixing my problem in minutes because I paid more for it. Right. That makes perfect sense to me. And certainly other businesses would even have higher service level agreements.
I specifically didn't mention hospitals because hospitals have crazy good access to the grid because if the power goes out in the hospital, people die. And that's why they have backup generators and stuff.
And maybe they need to, but no, that's a joke. That's a joke. No, but
why would you even say that, Nick? There's no good reason to.
Because joking is fun. No, but here's my question. Here's my question though. So the problem obviously is the cable, right? This is the counter argument: is that there's a cable that somebody has to pay for, and if that cable gets cut, Spectrum or Cox or whoever has to go out and fix that cable or lay a new one, right? And they have to incur the cost to do it. So there's a solution, right? Like 5G cell service is coming. Something is going to come. There is a possibility here, right? Doesn't this fix a lot of the problems of net neutrality by having actual access without the cable infrastructure?
And Warner are going to own those satellites too.
Wait a minute. No, that's the same argument that I have about crypto, and you say that it's not true.
Because crypto is different.
What?
Yeah, Nick, you idiot.
Yeah, there's a fear with that where big companies could buy. Like, I'm less of a fan of Bitcoin Core than I am of proof of stake cryptos.
Yeah,
but there's a fear that big companies will own 50% of the network and be able to dictate stuff to it. That's a real concern that people have. As opposed to
what if China instead of building fake towns, they just build a town of servers and just mine all of your bitcoins belong to us or whatever? Then what do you do? Huh? You think about that, Josh?
Let me give my Philippines allegory again. I'm at the butt of a joke. I don't even get it. Oh, no.
I don't know who's the butt of the joke on that one. Actually, that means it must be me.
Yeah, I feel like Ralph right now when Dame Pesos kept playing that soundboard. It's just going right over my head.
Well, in LA, we got the same people who are maintaining the roads, I guess, would be maintaining all the internet pipes. And when I had before I got the truck, I would have to replace the tires on my sports car about every 8 months because they would get chewed through with potholes. They do about the worst job on earth fixing anything in the city. That's the last thing I would want is the government to be in charge of that shit, for starters. And the last thing I would want, the last organization I would want to be overseeing it is the FCC. They are the devil. I want a nice organic FTC who's got to prove everything to a judge. Everything they want to do, everything they want to regulate, they got to go to court and actually prove it to somebody who may or may not be a complete retard, instead of the FCC, who I know is full of complete retards, just dictating it. That is my biggest problem with net neutrality as it's been presented so far.
Wouldn't it be great if the FCC attached the broadcast banned word list to net neutrality?
Yeah, exactly. Like then it's not hate speech. Then George Carlin can rise from the grave and open.
Can't say tits on YouTube anymore.
Well, goodbye. Suicides increased 10 million% that day.
Speaking of which,
pornography was shut down.
Speaking of which, Torsten Ostgaard says big ol' anime titties. Thanks for that, buddy.
Thanks,
no, but wouldn't that be interesting? Like that'd be the funny, like weird FCC. I don't know how to catch 22. Like they wouldn't ban the porn, but they'd ban the titles of the porn for having offensive language in there.
Yeah, it would be T1TS everywhere.
They'll just censor it like they do in Japan.
Oh God, I don't know how those guys can jerk off to that. Well, and then all the porn stars have gigantic bushes, so you get some kind of semblance of like what's going on there. Ugh.
Yeah, well, it's I don't know what would pixelated jerking off even feel like. It doesn't seem good to me. I don't know.
If your dick was pixelated and you had to, and then your hands were pixelated when you
isn't that what happens in Japan? I thought that was a real thing.
The Japanese Oculus Rift, when you're jerking, you look down and the pixel dick that you're trying to crank.
Like, this is rough.
It's like in The Sims when they get into the shower, like the little bubble just pops over it.
That's my Black Mirror episode that I wrote on Spec and sent in. It's a virtual reality where when the guy looks down, his dick is blurry, and then he takes the helmet off and it's still blurry. And he's like, "Oh shit!" Trying to show everybody his blurry dick the whole episode. Josh, what do you think about, speaking of net neutrality, what do you think about the idea that maybe some people, like oldsters and whatnot, deserve to be able to purchase extremely cheap internet? Like they deserve the ability to not have net neutrality.
Rephrase that.
So if I'm buying internet, it's a set price right now, and I have access to everything, and nobody can stop me from getting anything, right?
Yes.
The corollary to that is if that exists, then you cannot sell a cheap version that, for example, only connects to Facebook.
Okay. Let me get back to my allegory because I'll answer this. I'll do a 2-for-1. When I lived in the Philippines, there is no net neutrality in the Philippines, and there was one big telecom provider for metropolitan Manila. So they controlled both the towers for your phone, and they controlled the fiber optic as well. So the interesting thing is that the Philippines is the #1 consumer in the world per capita of social media. Social media is huge there, and Facebook has almost the entire country of the Philippines on its network. And the reason for that is that the Philippines is very poor, but there is like a 5 peso plan put out by this ISP, which is nothing. It's like less than a penny, I'm pretty sure. It's nothing. So you can get this 5 peso plan for a month of internet on your phone, and all it lets you access is a couple websites, including the telecom website and Facebook. So if you try to get a website, if you try to get access to any kind of store, any kind of food chain, in sometimes even government agencies, they will not have websites, but they will have Facebook pages. And the thing is that Facebook really hates Google, and they want to be the front page of the internet. They don't want you to go to google.com, type in what you're looking for, and then find it on Facebook. They want you to go to Facebook and look there first, right? Yeah. So they pay this telecom provider, not only subsidize them for the internet that is used for Facebook access, they also subsidize the company to throttle Google. So if you go to YouTube or you go to the search, it takes about 60 seconds to open this page sometimes. And if I use a VPN to connect to the US and then back to the Philippines and then to Google, it loads just fine. So I know it's for sure the IPs for Google are throttled. So when people say net neutrality, it's just slippery slope. It'll never happen this way. Completely false. Already happens. And it is extremely anti-competition. And so the thing is, though,
it doesn't happen here.
Well, not yet.
Why? What's magical about here?
That if people are sensitive to it and they care. And there's another thing.
Okay, so then it won't happen here.
for a while.
Wouldn't Google
But
sue
it's
the
been
shit out of
30
Facebook here
years.
if that happened?
No,
Yeah.
it's not. Net neutrality has been around since the .com boom. The Obama era ruling was not recent. It was a change of how it was legislated, but net neutrality has been around since fucking Alexander Graham Bell and the operators of telephones, and it's been ported over to new technologies. This hasn't been 30 years without net neutrality except until Obama. People who believe that are fucking idiots, and I'm tired of seeing it. This is not Obama regulation. It has been around since the inception of the internet and before then. The reason why
So where'd the regulation go? Like, is the regulation still in then?
No, it's gone because
How did it go? You said wait.
Shit in the street repealed the goddamn regulation.
Yeah, but you said Obama didn't create it.
Obama didn't create it.
Then what the hell
But
happened?
didn't he reclassify it as telecom?
Verizon is really angry that they can't do what they do in the Philippines and charge people different money for different tiers, and they can't extort Netflix for money. So they sue the FCC every goddamn motherfucking year to try and get this turned over in a different way. And they won for the first time in 2014 where the FCC or the Supreme Court ruled that the FCC had misclassified the internet, I think, as Title II. So they reclassified it as Title III, which did the exact same thing. I think there were some technical differences, I don't know, but that was the gist of it. And then it stayed fine. They couldn't repeal it. They tried to get legislation passed through, like SOPA and PIPA. Didn't work, but then Trump got in.
That's because you can't name legislation after anime characters. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Trump got in, put in a Verizon lawyer as the head of the FCC, and gone, fucking gone. Pajit, shit in the street, fucking got rid of that bill, and it's entirely Trump's fault because he doesn't fucking know how the internet works.
Oh, so how long till the internet breaks then in the U.S.?
When people
Depends how many people shit on the street.
2020, they'll start censoring net neutrality shit, whatever.
So it's 20. We're gonna put money on this.
We're gonna put money on when they start.
Josh, what do you think's gonna happen? Hold
on, let me finish my original thought with the.
Oh wait, sorry, you're still going.
The interesting thing about that is it provides a quandary. That is a hole in my argument, and it relates to what Dick said. If the internet was neutral in the Philippines and they had to offer all access to all the Pinoys, how many of them would be able to access the internet at all? If they couldn't afford the 5 peso plan, what would they do? So it's a good question. I don't have an answer for it.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. If the throttling was either not possible or legally pursuable, would you be okay with that? Because every time I talk about it, everybody hits me with the throttling. They throttle our games. They're going to throttle our games. They're throttling our games. We need access to our loot boxes right now. That's the argument I hear. And every time I want to say, well, like we have products that like cause cancer and harm people, and we sue, like we investigate and figure it out. Like, I can't tell you it's never going to happen, but we got top autists working on this shit and they figure it out. And then we stop it. Hopefully. That's what's is that not enough for people?
To be denied access to loot boxes by the mercy of Cox Communications?
Yes. We don't need to regulate loot boxes. We're just going to slow them down so much that they're like a black hole. It'll never get to you. It's like Zeno's paradox.
I'm going to buy this loot box 18 hours later. Oh, bad!
I just think I don't buy any game that has loot boxes. I think that they it's not even that it's a predatory thing on people with gambling addictions. Yeah. It is specifically something that decreases the value of the product I'm buying. I don't buy it because it's always shit. It is always without exception, a game with loot boxes is shittier than a game without it. So it's like a bellwether of if this game is even worth it. And I think if people followed that logic, it would be solved over fucking night.
Yeah, you don't understand. That's how addiction works. People say, like, why do you drink so much? It makes you feel like shit the next day. I think, well, that's part of the allure.
Yeah, but it makes me feel good now.
Yeah. Are the people in the Philippines really called Pinoys?
Yeah, Pinoys.
I didn't know that. That's
yeah,
great.
you know why? Yeah, it's.
I would like to get citizenship there just so I can call myself a Pinoy.
You gotta do road rage Pinoy Wienerstein.
Pinoy. What's your nationality? Pinoy. Pinoy. Say it back to me, you bitch.
So guys, I promised my audience I would talk about something briefly tonight.
Oh, yeah.
I know both of you have talked in some way at least about the Vic Mignogna, or as you call him, Vic Lasagna situation.
Yes.
Montana.
Vic Montana, yeah. So they're in depositions, and I have to talk about today. It'll take like 5 minutes.
No, please do, Nick. Please, for God's sake.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear this. I saw the whisperings of it, and I was like, "Oh, I hope he talks about this tonight."
I'm sure that's what happened. So here's what Ron Toye did show up for depositions today, and let me give you just a short rundown about what happened. Okay. So the first thing that happened was actually a hearing prior to the deposition, and in this hearing, Ron Toye and Monica Rial produced some sworn affidavits from people that are likely inadmissible and basically pointless. But they sent those to Ty's team last night, which is sort of a last-ditch, last-minute effort to get some discovery to him prior to the depositions for Ron and Monica. So they sent those depositions. Ty went immediately and said, well, I'm going to release these. I'm going to, I want the option to release these, these affidavits to the public. And Casey immediately said, no, we're not going to do that. And Ty said, of course, I'll redact the names because I've already agreed to redact the names. But, I can certainly put these affidavits out there. Casey decided to say no again. So Ty said, all right, let's go to the judge. So they went to the judge, and as absolutely predicted, Ty just read Casey's own words about reading about wanting everything public to the judge. And the judge said, are you asking me to put in a gag order because this isn't the procedure for a gag order? Casey said, well, no, we just don't want this stuff out there. And the judge said, well, if you don't want it out there, then they can withdraw their statements. But you're not their lawyer. So if they want it quiet, maybe they should hire their own lawyers, and their own lawyers can put a gag order on the stuff. Otherwise, you don't get to put something into a public lawsuit and then claim it to be private just because somebody doesn't want their name out there. If they're putting their name on this sworn testimony, then it goes out. So Ty absolutely dominated that hearing. The real interesting part was when Casey tried to say that Ty asked the Kiwi farms to dox a bunch of witnesses, and Ty, simply said, well, first of all, the judge said, "What is doxing?" So that was great.
Bad start.
Yeah, bad start. And so Casey actually had to explain it to the judge, saying that it's a release of information. The judge is like, what, like private information or public? Because of course, doxing almost
public.
99% of the time is public info. But the ultimate underlying thing is Ty has never asked Kiwi Farms to dox anybody, nor has Ty asked anybody to be doxed. We've talked about the legality of doxing and that it is likely legal, and lawyers don't tend to care because we have to find identifying information about people just so we can serve them papers properly. But so
does he say like it would legally be really cool if Kiwi Farms would dox this guy for me?
No, he's never actually asked for identifying information. What he did, here's specifically what he did. He was on a stream with me, and this other lawyer who is uninvolved in the case, who is not a party or a lawyer in the case, was ripping on Ty's law firm from his apartment in North Carolina on Twitter. And Ty and I were like, who is this guy? I said, I have no idea. And Ty said, do you think the farms would help us figure out who the hell this guy is? Now, his name is on Twitter. He's a blue check mark. His name is T. Greg Doucette. I contend that Ty was probably asking about what qualification does this person have to slag my law firm. And so Ty explained that to the judge and said, I didn't ask for private information about this person at all, but I certainly had harsh words for some dumbass on Twitter slagging my law firm and specifically attacking my clients just because I was their lawyer. So the judge basically said, shut up to Casey about the whole doxing thing because, one, it's completely untrue, and Casey didn't have any evidence of it. And he said that any of those affidavits could be disclosed. Whether or not they will be remains an open question, but Casey doesn't get to just bar those. So then they went on to deposition, in which Ronald Toye went through all, I think, 376 tweets that they presented to him and said, I don't recall if I made that tweet. So, Dick, if you were shown a picture of your own tweet, would you say, I don't remember making that tweet?
Well, it depends who's asking me.
The interesting thing is there's some issues with those tweets not being authenticated and not being produced. That is likely going to cause problems for Ron Toye. They're clearly his. I mean, they came from his Twitter account. And
so he regrets it now? Is he trying to give the judge a does that work?
I don't know what his plan is. I know that this is a bad plan because lying in deposition about making tweets and again, if someone showed you 400 tweets, one of them you probably remember. Yeah. So lying about it in deposition is not the best plan. But then there was actually a lot of drama that happened in this deposition room, and I'm not going to talk about all of it tonight. But let me just say, I was joking last night saying that these guys hired a man because they didn't believe the women could do the depositions. And so they hate women. That was me just making jokes about their legal team. But let me just suggest that Casey Eric, super lawyer, Casey Eric, said something very, very non-PC and very sexist towards the female attorney from Beard, Harris, Bullock, and Hughes.
Whoa.
Can you imagine, Dick? Can you imagine?
What did he say? Did he say not one of you bitches know when Vietnam is? You shouldn't be able to vote. Did he say that?
I don't know.
I wouldn't let a woman do surgery on me if my life depended on. Did he say something like that?
Way worse. Way worse.
Women can't drive.
Here we go. I don't have
if
the
women
exact
didn't have vaginas. We'd throw them off a cliff. Did he say that? No.
I don't have the exact wording, but. Now put yourself in the auspices of a PC warrior, okay? And would it ever be okay for a male lawyer to tell a female lawyer, you need to settle down? Oh. Can you imagine? Like, first of all, no. You tell a male lawyer he needs to settle down, he might kill you.
Yeah.
But let's just say that was
Nick, how much would you pay for a picture of that woman's face after he said that?
Oh, I'm 100% sure I've seen that face about 1 million times. I don't need a picture of that face. Any woman on earth, if I see them once, I know what that face looks like on them. Did he preface it with, you see, when you tell a woman to settle down, you need about 10 minutes of calling them honey, sweet cheeks, baby doll before you drop that bomb on them.
That's what I do, but he didn't. He didn't. Now, this is the same woman who was in court with another male attorney at a different time, and that male attorney kept referring to her as a little girl. And she told the judge, Your Honor, if he refers to me as a little girl one more time, one of us is going to leave this courtroom in a body bag, and it isn't me. Something like that. So... not a solid showing from Casey or Ron Toye today. Absolutely horrendous behavior towards opposing counsel, but lots of fireworks. Hopefully someday we'll get a transcript of all of this, and I can just show you guys, or something like that. But alas, we will have to wait. I don't have it today, of course. They just did it. But
how hard is it to go to court and just deliver your information and your claims and not do shit like that?
Well, that's
what's expected of people, right?
It's deposition too, so there's innumerable ways to take a pause during deposition. Like if you're on the witness stand in court, you have to ask the judge if you need a break or something. But if you have a deposition, most of the time counsel will say, you know what, if one of you guys needs a break or needs a minute, just say something and we can go to the bathroom or whatever, because you're there for like 6 hours. But
are they trying to trip you up in a deposition? Like,
like
if you're on they are still.
A deposition is basically a cross-examination that lasts 6 hours, and you have to answer every question, even if you have an objection to it.
Jesus Christ.
So, it doesn't matter what the thing is. What is your favorite porn to beat off to, Mr. Dick Masterson? That question would be fine in a deposition.
You can be easy for him to answer too.
Well, yeah. Well, how much?
No. You know what? I'll take up the entire 6 hours if that's the first question. Oh wow. Let me see. Well, when I was 13, I first stumbled upon Usenet groups.
How much?
I'm imagining like classical music playing in the background as you very eloquently go over your entire history of viewing pornography.
That question's going to cost you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Masterson, while you're closing in on climax and you finally see the balls swing and realize this was a trap all along, how long do you finish?
A trap's gay.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Over. This interview is over.
Yeah.
Are these lawyers fucked? Like, is this Casey, super lawyer, exceptional lawyer?
I never like to say another attorney is bad. I will say that I question a whole lot of what he's doing, and I think, based on my observation, they're trying to run this game plan on the fly because they didn't plan for this to happen.
Is it hard to plan when your clients are complete liars and idiots? Does that make it harder?
No, you should factor that in. You should prepare for, and the most important thing is you should prepare for what the other side is going to do. And what I think they did is, rather than prepare for what the other side might do, they counted on Vic's side folding. They thought there's no way he's going to go through with this. And if you meet Vic and talk to him for a while, you'll understand why they thought that.
Because he's gorgeous. He's a beautiful man who's surrounded by pussy all the time. What does he have time for this shit?
Right. And he's exceptionally nice and caring.
Yeah. They didn't count on you. They didn't count on you carrying like a juggernaut the ball all the way down the field.
Well, don't give me too much credit, but I'll take it. I'll take all of it.
Oh, you deserve it. You saved this guy's whole fucking life, man. I saw that picture of Vic in front of the throng, a whole auditorium of screaming fans, and I thought the only reason those fans think it's cool to be there and cool to publicly support this guy is because of Nick. Is because of the law, because he fought back, and people who fight back, you can at least believe that they're innocent, and because you're on here as an intelligent individual supporting his innocence the entire time. It's the only reason. Otherwise, everybody folds. Everybody, even fans fold. It's the only reason. You made that whole thing happen in my eyes.
The picture of him meeting Toye, or not Toye, but Vic, sitting up, and he's got his anime pants on.
Those are the worst pants. Vic, Vic, in like 10 years, when you go back and watch the horror that I wreaked upon your opponents and you disapprove of everything I've ever done, when you do that and you get to this moment, just know that your pants, buddy, are the gayest pants I've seen in my entire life.
Well, what he does is he actually wears pants that amateur fashion designers that are fans of him send to him. So it's actually a heartfelt thing. Okay.
Oh God, that's
You're
cute.
Just trampling on people's fashionista.
I don't care. Those are not acceptable in public life.
It's not public. It's an anime convention. Those are perfectly acceptable.
Yeah. Well, touche. Point taken. You've scored 1 point in the entire debate today. Now I'm the moderator. I get to score it, right?
Anime pants. People voted up.
I love this Greg Duchek guy. He looks like a jackass too. He looks like Beldar Conehead.
Somebody drew the purple like head sock around his head, and now I call him Cuck Lightyear. Because
God,
of it.
That's good.
I need a good artist to do his face inside Buzz Lightyear's helmet with a CPAP machine strapped to the front of the helmet. And I need to put that on a shirt or like a thing, and we can just write "Cuck Lightyear" to Twitter and beyond or whatever, something like that on it. It'd be great.
I'm looking at his run for Senate page.
Did you
teeth
see,
are whiter than the white background on my computer?
Did you see his GoFundMe for a CPAP machine?
Oh my God. What?
Why did that break you, Josh? Josh, why did that break you?
Cost like $200, and they're medically necessary. Like if you need a CPAP machine, you need a CPAP machine.
Yeah,
that's really funny.
I mean, you know, what do you do? What do you do if you can't afford that CPAP?
Isn't he a lawyer? How can he
I mean, don't besmirch the good name of T. Greg. I don't know. I don't know his personal. Well, I mean, his personal finances are kind of public record because he filed for bankruptcy or whatever. But
oh God, it says on his campaign site that he was homeless. He was a homeless college dropout. And then here's his life story from being a homeless college dropout to serving as an attorney.
That's it. That's the whole life story. Nothing else happened.
Wow.
Dick, I mean, what was your life story, Dick? If you had to summarize
there might
it,
be another at least one thing. You usually, if you're going to list things about yourself, make it a 3. Give us 3 things to think about. I think even evil Biff Tannen had 3 things in his intro at his casino, from being a homeless person to being an attorney, and either of those things he's great at.
I'm just trying to figure out what my life story is. If I could compress it down into one sentence, what is it? Because that's fascinating. I used this stupid analogy before, but it's that scene in Airheads, right? When Brendan Fraser is being interviewed by the guy, and he doesn't know what to say live to everybody outside. And he says, listen, you just sold out the Forum. You've got 50,000 screaming fans. What do you say? And Brendan Fraser screams rock and roll. So you can summarize to the entire world your entire life, but you have one sentence to do it. What do you pick? And he picks homeless teenager or whatever to lawyer. That's a weird choice. I don't know.
That was his lead off. Homeless dropout. What do you want these people to take away if they're not going to read very much? Homeless dropout. Okay.
Well, I mean, maybe he needs a marketing guy to help out with that messaging.
What I want on Dick's biography is somebody sent me this, or I found it on the Reddit, is your very old song to Mel Gibson. That has to be somewhere on it. That was like, I didn't find out until after the fact that Dick is a pianist. He's a pianist.
He's a penis.
Huge
giant penis.
Yeah.
And he did songs. He did like comedy songs. And on YouTube, if you look for it, there is a tribute song to Mel Gibson by Dick from 2007. It's really old.
It was right when he got pulled over.
It's imagine no Mel Gibson. It's fantastic.
Imagine no Mel Gibson.
I am so glad I bleeped the N-word in that song.
Did you?
Yes. Oh God,
okay.
yes. It was so long ago that, like, at that time the internet was kind of just our little secret. You know, me and you guys, we just had a little secret meeting place called the internet. So I threw it up, and I'm like, I mean, is it funnier with the N-word in there unbleeped? Like, yeah, maybe, but I don't know. I just got this weird hunch that I should bleep it out. So I did it the last minute, and thank fucking God, or that's all I would hear every day.
I was going to say, aren't you an atheist? There's clearly a God looking over you.
there's a God of N-words up there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't say this was monotheistic. There's definitely a pantheon, and the N-word God was looking down on you. He's like, not today, buddy.
Mexicans have a saint for everything. We got a saint for selling your house. We got a saint for cryptocurrency. We have an N-word saint who protects you from saying the N-word.
Saint Nick.
Yeah. A lot of confusion. A lot of confusion in the Mexican community when you mention Saint Nick. They go, "Whoa, wow!"
No. You got it.
People really love their N-word.
You got it wrong. Saint Nick is not the N-word. He's the guy who keeps the soot off your face. That's all. That's all.
Oh, Saint Blackface.
Yeah,
your guy.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, he's often confused, but they're very, very different things. Gutsy Bread Proxy says, "Hey, today is my birthday for the next hour, so I had to drop the 20. I was wondering if I could get a happy birthday. Also, I didn't get to catch up with you at Matsuri. Hopefully next year. Hey, happy birthday, buddy. Happy birthday." Jarbo Binks says, "Dick and Josh, have you heard of the electronic group Daft Gunt? Just look up Gunt Wave on YouTube."
Oh, no.
It sounds like something I'd be interested in.
The I Did Not Take Pills in the latest song, pretty good stuff.
Oh.
I'll have to look that up. I'll put that on my playlist next to Imagine No Mel Gibson.
What the hell's going on, man? Like I have not had time to catch up with Ralph. What's going on over there? Josh, were you on the kill stream the other day?
No, I'm going on tomorrow, and I sent Ralph a present that he got today, either today or tomorrow, to welcome myself onto his show. I sent Ralph a hardback. This is very hard to find because it's out of print. I don't know why. A hardcover edition of The Art of the Comeback by Donald Trump. Because if there's any book that he needs right now, it is that. He needs the wisdom of Donald Trump and The Art of the Comeback. He's been having a rough time, huh, Ralph?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was curious if you were still going to go on Friday, and then you confirmed it.
Oh yeah.
I mentioned I was afraid it would be really awkward, and you're like, I hope it is.
Yeah, I do hope it is. I'm a long-term, let's wait and see what happens kind of guy. I know Ralph has a lot of talent in him that people don't have. He's extremely personable. He can have fun and he can seem to be having fun as an entertainer in a lot of uncomfortable situations. I don't think that we're seeing his best stuff right now, but I don't think that talent can be learned, and I don't think it can be forgotten. I think the Gunt will rise again, I guess is what I'm saying. I respect him as a creator in that way, and I hope he gets his shit back on track.
So what the hell's up with this, Dick? Because you and I go to Knoxville, and everything after Knoxville goes to absolute shit.
Yep.
like Coach Red Pill goes off of every deep end I can find.
Yeah.
I don't even know that guy. He yelled at me in DMs because he asked me to criticize his book, and I did. And then he got mad about it, and I felt bad because he asked me to. That's a different story.
Yeah,
and
no, you don't ask. You never ask anybody to criticize any of your shit, man. That is I'll give somebody my book and say like, so tell me that things that you like about it, and then make some things up that you didn't like, and tell me you liked them. Right.
Yeah. So then. So he like turned on Ralph and Andy almost immediately. And maybe justified. I don't know. I'm not like criticizing his decision, but that went to hell. And then Andy and Ralph go on this weird trip to Florida, and then that thing goes to hell. And then Andy is out there like yelling at Canadians, and guns are drawn and stuff. and now I don't know what anybody's even doing who is in Knoxville other than me and you.
Yeah. Yeah, part of me wants to tell you that you should have Ralph on now so we can roast his nuts about it. It seems to me like when the momentum of the fight like kept everybody going for so long, and all of the internet blood sports guys going for so long, that when there was nobody left to hate, they just started hating each other.
Is that themselves?
You know what I mean?
Is that the product of blood sports? Like when you run out of people to ruin, you have to ruin somebody.
Yes, because what made Ralph interesting was his guess. He could book anybody. He could stream snipe Boogie, and Boogie would realize he's being stream sniped, and then he would get on and say the dumbest shit he's ever said in his entire career that he has to apologize for to this day. People still call him Der Uberwolf 1488 because of the shit he said on that stream, and it's just. He could wrangle anyone onto these streams, and it would always go horrifically for them. And then once that stopped happening, and I think it's in part because he was off YouTube. Yeah. But once that stopped happening, it's like yes, he has to rely on other sources of information to talk about for 2 hours every day, and that's politics. And ultimately, I find that Ralph, Gator, and even Zidane have extremely predictable takes on all. I know what they're going to say. I don't have to watch it. I say crazy shit about everything, so I think I can do it just a little bit. But even then, it's like you bring people want to laugh. You bring politics into something, and it doesn't matter how entertaining you are about the politics. If you are somebody who can entertain without talking about Donald Trump or the social justice warriors, you have a near monopoly on entertainment. Like, if you can do that, go do it, because you can make money right now. And if you have to rely on politics, you are in extremely good company. You're in that mundane mat field where everybody can pull up a fucking a Wall Street Journal article and give a hot take about it. There's no scarcity there.
I can't think of anything I would want to do less than reading articles on YouTube. Oh my God.
But you would read court documents.
Yeah. Well, but anybody can pull up a WAPO article, right? But pulling up a court document, anybody can do it. They can go access the same documents, but they don't. They never would, because it's just this one step removed from normalcy. And so I can't, I'm not touting my own horn here or anything, or tooting my own horn, whatever it is.
Thank you.
I'm not tooting my own horn here, but I'll do that and try to bring something that, one, people wouldn't have otherwise seen in any sort of way, because while the documents are public, they're behind this wall of pseudo secrecy. And then two, I try and add my specific, $150,000 stupid education to it. That's it. That's the magic of reading a court document.
Being an actual lawyer who's young enough to talk about things that would interest young people is very scarce. There's not, most of the people commenting on stuff right now are not educated. They might have, Ralph has a degree he refuses to pay for, by the way, in journalism or something, because he wanted to be a writer. But that's not scarce. There are a lot of journalists out there doing shit that's not journalism.
But Ralph, Nick, you also have an opinion on stuff. I've watched some of the other lawyers talk about stuff, cases, and they can't tell who is in the right, who is in the wrong, what might happen. They're not good at building the understanding filter for people that they want to have when they look at a case like that. They take a very this could happen or this could happen. It's like, motherfucker, I know you don't think that in your mind that one or the other could happen. Tell us what will probably happen.
They're to be rude, because I'm a couple drinks in, they're cowards.
Yes.
And I hate that. Lawyers are not neutral. We are not neutral people at all. And go look at any lawyer talking about anything and candidly, and they will not be neutral. But suddenly, when they're making a public statement, we got to be neutral on it. So what? Another lawyer disagrees with you? Well, welcome to literally every lawsuit on earth. So who cares?
It reminds me of somebody, Harmful Opinions, put out a tweet, and it was a picture of a New York Times article online, and it was an opinion piece called "Why Australia Should Revoke Their Ban on Huawei 5G Networks," and it was right at the top. It said "Sponsored by Huawei." So it's they're paying to put this article out there. Their argument for deregulating their 5G network, which is obviously in their business interest, and it's very clearly labeled by them. And I see no downside to that. Here you have an article with an agenda, clearly labeled as an agenda. It might be interesting, because it's interesting to see what they would have to say as to why that benefits Australia, right?
Yeah.
And if you took that same approach to anything else, like every article on the New York Times would have a NASCAR jumpsuit of business interest and backing it up. So I have no issue with partisanship, and I think it's beneficial in some ways.
If only the New York Times would Dale Earnhardt right into that wall, that'd be great.
They're working on it. It's just I would like to see more of that honesty, because otherwise nobody's neutral ever. It's disingenuous.
Yeah, I agree, and that's the one thing I really don't like about many other commentators on legal matters on Twitter and on YouTube is they come in with this pretension that they're neutral, and they're not. I don't know.
We don't need them to be.
Right.
Why do you guys think we need you to be? You're not in charge of shit. Give me something that's entertaining.
Yeah, that's well, I mean, I guess that's the magic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dick, are you a neutral? You're a neutral commentator, though.
I'm extremely neutral.
I've never seen you. You've never given an opinion in your life.
No. Anyone who says otherwise is a goddamn liar.
Okay, so I don't want to steal any thunder, and if you're talking about this on your show this coming week or whatever, feel free to stop me. But can you tell me, like, what happened at Road Rage? You know what I'm talking about.
Are you talking about Alan?
Yeah.
I don't want to get into any specifics, even the tiny amount of specifics that I do know. I said on the show, I think I already said on the show, so I'll just say that again. It's at some point after the live show in Vegas, Alan took his own life back at the place. That's all I know.
Okay.
I don't know how that's confirmed or anything like that. That's just what I was told initially. I know that his the people he's leaving behind don't want anything public.
Sure.
It is. I'll say that he was a hell of a guy, and just the amount of people that are coming out and talking about how much he meant to them and how much his show meant to them is unshakably depressing and sad. It's such a huge loss, because that guy was so much fun, and he would call in and
he was great, man.
He started this stupid, like I talk about these dumb comedy things that he was a part of, because that's the only thing I have to remember him by, because that's what we did. But it was so much fun to interact with him and talk to him, and every interaction I had with him, he was always so excited to be there and happy to do whatever he was doing, and happy to share his community with people. Him
and Grant Mooney going back and forth was riotously funny.
Yeah. A lot of guys have said, like, Alan was the first guy who joined their Discord server, and he would message people every time somebody came in. He would want to see who they were and how they got there. Even as recently as in Vegas, he was talking to Randy. He shared a cab back to the Strip with Randy, and he was talking about how proud he was of their show. We had talked about doing a show at his property in Arizona, which was, these things rarely pan out, but it's just so much fun to plan with somebody who. It's so much fun to plan. For me, it's so much fun to plan with people who earnestly want to be a part of the entertainment and the community aspect of what we do, because that is very, very rare and hard to find. And the more successful you get, the harder it is to find. People want to sell tickets for they want to monetize every single ounce of joy that you bring to an audience, and I hate that. Alan was all about just the genuine connections that he had with people, and it's very, very sad. It's very sad what happened.
Yeah,
I'm done.
It was well, thank you. I didn't mean to drop that on you. Sorry. I've just been trying to get some not really trying to get some answers. I've only been seeing like little snippets, and I don't know. I didn't know what the story was. So you cleared that up enough for me.
Yeah.
So thanks. But Alan was a very good dude, and he'll be missed. Absolutely, absolutely. So thanks for that. Okay. Well,
it's not dropped. It's not dropped on me. I think about it all day. It's so much of a weird, like survivor's regret. And I think everybody's playing this game probably in their minds, at least everybody who's connected to the show. Because I feel like we all have certain compulsions and tendencies in common. And you just go through everything you thought of all day, like, fuck, could I have said this? If we did this, would it be different? It's like this sick riddle that you can never unwind, like a song that never resolves, and it's very disturbing.
Yeah.
From what I've seen is that nobody had any inclination, like nobody at all had any idea, and people seemed like shocked when it first dropped, because it's like I just saw him. I literally just saw this guy.
Yeah, I just saw him
hours ago, and how can he possibly be dead?
Yeah, that's how it goes, though, right? That's how it goes.
Sometimes, sometimes it does.
Yeah. So this is weird, but back to some chats, I guess. I don't know where to go from there.
I don't know where to chats.
Hard reset.
Somebody did tell me that he had information that could lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, that
I did hear that.
I believe that 200%.
Trump, where are you at with this? Should be in jail, Trump.
Alan was a terrific man.
No, just the joke and then walk away. Okay. Just the one joke.
Okay, the orange cow. So this is Josh. I figured out that this is Josh's alt. The orange cow says, I get where Dick and Nick are coming from, but Josh seems to really know his stuff. Love all of you. Thanks for the show. Also, Dick's name is part of the word filter, apparently. It's not my word filter. It's YouTube's. I have no filtered words in my chat. So
you can't say a lot of naughty words in the super chats.
Yeah.
And what's funny is that God, was it the Hill stream where we were, or one of Jim's streams where we were watching it and somebody did a super chat for a large amount, and the super chat was redacted by YouTube moderation, like in the stream. You're like, ooh, that's not a good sign.
Yeah.
That's ominous.
It's not good. Like if you super chat that Susan Wachecki or whatever is a whole bunch of nasty names, that's not a good thing.
Well, you don't have to call me Dick. Just use my full name. The N-word.
Yeah. Dirk Lemon says, press S to spit on Ethan Ralph and his defunct retort, that seems a bit rude. That seems a bit rude.
After all the entertainment he's brought you, come on. Where would we be without the mundane mad and the baked Alaska? I wasn't even around for that, and all the laughs. Cut the guy some fucking slack. Let him pop some pills and drink a little bit for a couple months. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's got to have some. I love Ralph. Ralph is great. I fully support Ralph. And if he asked me to come on the show, or if he asked me for anything, I'd be happy to help out however I could. Because I like him. I hope that this is a temporary thing, and he's got something. Because you're right. He's undeniably talented and entertaining.
Yeah.
Otherwise, people wouldn't have watched his show every single night. They didn't just watch for the freaks. They didn't just watch for the train wreck. He conducted that. Like that is a cynic. I get where that's coming from, but it is a take that overly simplifies the court that Ralph would run every night.
He's aggressively friendly, and even when I was talking to him, like he would say things that were complimentary, and it disarms you if you're angry. You know what I mean? Listen,
a lady at Knoxville, a waitress at Knoxville called Coach Red Pill old, and it pissed him off a whole lot. So right. Ralph tips this lady $100 cash, and it pissed Coach off even more. How can you not like that? That's the funniest thing he could have done in that situation. It's like, what? And why'd you tip her $100? Because she's funny. That's That's it. The Captain Z says, "Keep on keeping on, you magnificent bastards," from Western Pennsylvania. Hey, thanks, buddy. A Rose says, "What if Section 230 only applies to people who actually curate material? Kiwi Farms would stay safe, but Twitter and Facebook would not." Josh, do you want to answer that? Because I was going to say, yeah, you curate material unapologetically.
Yeah, people get shocked. They come onto the site and they dump all this crap on like their ex-girlfriend from the furry community. I'm like, okay, you're not going by the protocol here. There is a quality control that is extremely narrow. It's extremely narrow, and people don't seem to get that it's not just like a revenge porn site where anyone can say anything. And specifically, we don't want genuinely, not as a cover for my ass. We don't want false defamatory information on the site because it drops the value of the entire community to have even one lie on it.
Can you do me a favor? Can you lay out the criteria for a lol cow just so any lol cows who may stumble across this in the future realize how vetted their degeneracy and patheticness actually is? I need to know.
It has a lot to do. There are multiple if, ands, or ors in regards to what validates it, and it's a public interest is a huge factor. If there's a lot of public interest and stuff, it will allow it just because people want to talk about it. But if it's somebody we've never heard of, it has to be funny. It has to be something that is. Your behavior is so preposterous and outside the norm, and you're so unapologetic about it that it induces comedy and spectacle. It's one or the other. Usually, it's either something that people are already talking about that they want to talk about on the site, or it's something that is anomalous, and the latter is becoming increasingly more scarce. But sometimes people come along who are just like so baffling that they become entertaining just because you want to know, like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Well, when you have injectable ball pup murders or whatever, it's hard to be anomalous. Dick, can you give me your opinion? Officially on the record, Kiwi Farms gets a lot of hell for doxing. What's your opinion on doxing?
I don't give even a slightly of a little shit about people getting doxxed. The idea of privacy to me is so quaint and stupid. People are going to look back at it in 100 years, and we're going to look like a bunch of Quakers complaining about, like, well, they knew my real name. It's like, motherfucker, everybody in the world knows what my asshole looks like in the future. Are you fucking kidding me? The inside of my ass. It's like a.
So if someone goes on Kiwi Farms and posts your address, you're cool with it?
My address is all over. I've been doxxed since some of those people were just a twinkle in their daddy's eyes.
Well, you should get good, fam.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll get good being 38. You know what kind of stupid shit we put on the internet when it first started? I can't take piss out of the pool.
Listen, next time you buy a house, talk to me. I'll help you. You.
I will.
Incorporate in Wyoming, and then incorporate as a subsidiary in your state, and then put the property in that, and it's a good dead end for anyone looking into it.
There's all sorts of ways to dead ends, and they're great. They're great. Ray Fernandez says, what?
Sorry. Before we move on, first time I talked to Dick, I think I talked about like congressional nudes, and then AOC happened like the very next year. I was very prescient about people getting naked in Congress.
Oh, what do you think about this? So Ty's firm has a Texas state senator on board, and they tried to pass a deepfakes ban bill. I don't know if it's a ban bill, but they tried to pass a law basically preventing deepfakes. And it was targeted towards congressmen who were about, within 6 months of an election. That there'd be some, right? Because that's the fear. That's the fear, right? Is that you're going for election 30 days before election, someone drops a deep fake of you banging some kid, and you're done. The interesting.
Don't do that. That's very illegal. Because if you edit child pornography, I think it becomes an entirely different work. It's like production if you edit it. So
let's say it's not a kid though. Let's say it's
What if
just
it's a 9,000-year-old vampire?
no. What if it's everything, something everyone would believe? So it's just you banging Cardi B or whatever.
No, it's you shooting a dog. That's what. It's not banging a kid. It's just every senatorial candidate walking outside, seeing a dog, and just shooting it.
What are they all? Are they all cops now, Dick? Every Senate candidate's now a cop.
We don't need to worry about term limits anymore because the day everyone's elected, there's a video of them shooting a dog on the internet.
Dick, that's right. That's the way to go about it, because people even child rape, people can turn their minds off to it. But if you hurt an animal, you have bypassed the logic center of everyone's brain. Everyone will go ape shit. There's no way. It's like that fucking guy. Was it Buttigieg who killed a fucking groundhog by dropping it on its fucking head? He will never.
Yeah, I'm voting for that guy now.
You will never live it down. You will never live it down. You are the groundhog slaughterer.
He powerbombed a groundhog?
Yeah.
Why have I not heard about this?
The mayor of New York was given what's the name of the groundhog?
Punxsutawney Phil.
Punxsutawney Phil given a groundhog, and he drops it. The fucking thing lands on its head, and they have to roll out another Punxsutawney Phil, and the Groundhog Society covers this shit up like a Men in Black operation, because they know if it becomes common knowledge that Pete Buttigieg murdered a groundhog, he will never be elected to any public office. He wouldn't be elected to head of his student-teacher conferences because he murdered a groundhog.
Did they wheel out like Puxagurney Phil and put him on the thing and just take him off site? Like, what the hell happened?
Okay, I hate to spoil Santa Claus, but there are multiple Punxsutawney Phils. They have multiple.
But what they do with the dead one? That's what I want to know. Did they eat it?
Did they just pick it up by the scruff of its neck and throw it in the trash? Or did they have like a little coroner come out with a stretcher and two guys lift it in and then put a blanket on it?
Or did
and
they have like
a sad Punxsutawney Lil over there mourning with a handkerchief? Or
do they have like a sad Native American come up and be like, we use every piece of the animal, and start carving him up immediately and selling his pelts? Like, what the hell? What happened to the dead one?
Sorry, it was De Blasio. De Blasio killed the groundhog. But see, now it's too late. I've already said that Pete Buttigieg killed.
You put a deep fake in my mind, John.
I already voted for Buttigieg in the Democrat primary just because of you.
It's like poison. It's circulating through the veins of society. He'll never get elected now because he is irreparably associated with groundhog murder.
All right. This is on the fly, but who's your both to the panel? Who's your number one deep fake, and what situation is it? And it doesn't have to be sex. Your number one politician deep fake, and what is the situation behind it?
Oh, I was immediately going to say, what do you mean? It's me and Lucy Wilde, porno. What are you talking about?
No. You got to put a politician in that. You have to be the deep fake cuck in this instance.
Oh, okay. And it doesn't have to be sexual?
It doesn't have to be, no. Oh. So is it like I don't know, like Bernie Sanders tearing down the wall in Israel or something? Like, would that'd be a good deep
it's
fake?
It's really hard to top Dick's off the cuff thing about congressmen shooting dogs.
But which congressman would be the best dog shooter there is?
Oh God!
I feel like everything I'm thinking of is a Ben Garrison cartoon.
Because he ate that dog after.
Obama ate a dog.
What?
Obama ate a dog. He grew up in the Philippines.
Michelle on YouTube.
No. Barry Obams. He that was the whole thing. He ate a dog because he's from the Philippines, and it's a specific dish where they like make it into a soup or whatever. It was terrible. Terrible because it was only terrible because he criticized Mitt Romney for putting a dog in a kennel on top of a car back in like the 70s. And then it's like, but bro, you ate one.
That's worse.
That's how did he get elected if he's the dog eater?
Well, I mean, we could go into all the conspiracies, but he had information leading to the arrest of Hillary Clinton and still does. But like, is it Ted Cruz using a fat kid as a trampoline? Like, what is it?
If it's Ted Cruz, it has to be Ted Cruz is the Zodiac killer in some way. He has to be abducting a woman.
Indonesia, not the Philippines. Sorry. Aren't they the same place? Is that racist? I don't know.
One's Muslim and one's Catholic. I think they'd take some issue with that.
Oh, well, maybe. Who cares? Their missiles are a long way away from getting to me. I'm just. Ted Cruz's Zodiac tweet on Halloween was great, by the way.
That was fantastic. That was a good opportunity to see.
That's why he deserves to succeed Donald Trump in the presidency. I'll say, just because of the Zodiac tweet and the beard. That's why Ted Cruz deserves to win once Donald is done with his 18 terms.
I want him to be on the Supreme Court. I want us to have Ted Cruz forever. Is there anything that is completely messed up about him that I don't know that he would be on the Supreme Court?
Okay. If the only thing, there's some weird like religious possibilities. I don't know that Ted holds them or would hold them as a judge, but the funniest thing that Trump could do, the absolute funniest thing he could do in the world would be when Ginsburg finally admits that she's dead. If he would appoint Ted Cruz to replace Ginsburg,
yeah,
he would cement a conservative majority in the Supreme Court for the next 30 years and ruin everything. God, it'd be great. Oh, God, that needs to happen. That needs to happen.
Did you see that Cruz posted the Veritas video on his YouTube?
Did he?
Very nice.
Ted Cruz has a YouTube?
Of course.
That's fantastic to play chicken with YouTube. You gonna take my channel down, you motherfuckers? Go for it. I dare you. I double dog dare you, motherfucker. Censor my goddamn YouTube channel.
Listen, Susan. I'll bring you before the Senate Judiciary Committee, and I'll rape you in front of the whole country.
That's an all-color joke, Nick.
I didn't make that joke. Ted Cruz did. I was just doing an impression of him when he said it.
You have a video of him saying that?
Yeah, I do. I have so many deep fakes of him saying he's gonna rape the CEO of YouTube. That's my deep fake fantasy, is Ted Cruz saying that over and over. Ray Fernandez says, here's some super chat money for my Visa card. Good luck cashing it out after tonight. Matt Field says, you guys aren't even scratching the surface on the censorship issue. The Marxist Silicon Valley types live in a literal bizarro world. They believe that we are evil and do not deserve to use the internet. They want us dead.
Yeah.
Do they want us dead, or do they just... Well, yes. I mean, they want us dead.
They want us to have been aborted.
They want us to be destitute and effectively... They want us to, like, starve to death, I think.
They want the bank account, though, right? Like, they want us dying, but the bank account's still connected to our YouTube account or whatever.
Oh, this is completely unrelated, but I just saw it and I can't pass it up. If you don't know, this is if you're following the Mumkey drama.
Oh, yes, I am.
Yeah, we both are. He does a podcast, or did a podcast called State of the YouTubes with Rusty Cage, who's a singer. And Rusty Cage did a song called White Girls Fuck Dogs, which is one of my favorite songs of all time. It's a masterpiece. And Mumkey's new fiance has canines listed as a favorite on her fetish site. So I overlaid this screenshot of her fetish site with canines as her favorite with Rusty Cage's own song, and tweeted it at them. And just now, 7 minutes ago, Rusty Cage has retweeted my retweet saying, reality imitates art. So I consider that tacit endorsement of my...
Okay, hold on.
Congratulations.
Hold on. Something pill me on this backstory. Okay, so Mumkey... last thing I heard, Mumkey had cheated on his girlfriend.
Yes.
What the... Okay, so is he with someone new now, or is he back with the old girlfriend?
Nick, imagine the worst thing you could do after cheating on your girlfriend, losing your house with her, moving across country. The girl that you're cheating with turns out to be a furry ebophile who's grooming a 15-year-old, I guess, into relationships. After finding this out, what would be the worst thing you could do?
Did he get engaged to the pedo?
It seems like he might. I don't. He's definitely dating her.
On her Facebook page and on her Twitter, she has them together and says that they're engaged.
Yeah.
She
And
has, like,
he's
she has on her
referencing her.
timeline, she has an engagement date like set on her Facebook timeline. So she's not engaged to him.
This isn't like the super deepest troll that Mumkey could do, right? He's not like,
We don't know.
damn it, why does everybody I like do this?
Yeah.
And what's really funny, what's really, 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 really funny and sad is that I was his friends all hate him now, so they're all talking to me because they want to get it. And they sent me a message or messages from Sheepover, who was his old girlfriend, who was very pretty, a very attractive young lady who was much more wife material than this weirdo.
Does she have a waifu pillow?
You could probably get one, but she said in her Discord, I don't know where this Discord is, but it's her, and she said that he called her like a couple days ago to complain about his new fiance telling him that she loves someone else more than him. So this is a quality trash fire of it's like radioactive. It's like Chernobyl. The fire is burning and it's just emitting thousands of metric meters of radioactive material into the atmosphere, and it's going to contaminate all of the west coast of the United States, and everybody's going to die because of Mumkey fucking this chick.
That's I like Mumkey.
Me
This
too.
is such a weird thing. Okay, Theorycraft, you guys have witnessed the demise of internet personalities over and over. We seem to be seeing some trouble. We'll call it trouble in real time in a couple people that we all mutually know or like or whatever. What is it? What is it? Dick, what do you think it is? You're a wise Mexican.
Yes, I am a wise Mexican.
You belong in every horror movie to warn the protagonists about the dangers of the Ouija board that they're about to use.
Thank you. Yes, that is played by John Voight, I hope. My sombrero has a little tassel on it that I move to the other side every time an internet celebrity bites it.
Listen,
I think I'm
John Voight, and I'm going to tell you about the problem with your plan right now. Sorry.
I mean, we're all obviously stricken with some kind of a cluster personality disorder, some kind of narcissism that forces us to stream again and again just because a couple of people are watching. And man, if you don't put that shit in check, when whatever vaunts you into success, like whatever launches you into success, Maddox, classic example. When you can't live up to those expectations, I think you just start hating yourself and everybody else for putting you in that position. And that weird self-loathing destroys you. Like that weird snowballing self-loathing, the slow motion train wreck that is your ego just destroys you. Easy fix for it. Don't quit your day job. Internet shit's going to go away. Hoard all of that cash in a cryptocurrency or in some kind of an index fund. Don't quit your fucking day job. The internet is a drop in the it's going to be a sliver of the timeline of your life. Do not rely on it. This is not Hollywood. There is not a team of creatives and PR people and young women that are ground into nothing like mulch to keep your career going. It's just you. Lower those expectations now.
I speculated on this, but people, it was like, the issue with Asterios, who probably suspected that you would finance his lawsuit against Maddox. And other people like, well, why didn't he? It's like, because he's saving all his fucking money, his Patreon bucks and Bitcoin, because he knows that the hammer is falling. It's falling right now on all of us. And
yeah,
I'm sure all the money that Nick gets goes into 87 different savings accounts for his kids to go to law school and shit. Like I'm the idiot. I don't have any money. But Dick, and if he finances this one lawsuit, people are going to suspect, well, why didn't he finance this other thing? Why didn't he finance this? Why didn't he give money to this person? And that 20,000 goes real fucking fast when everyone gets a piece of it.
Well, yeah, because it's not 20, it's 40. It's like that's the untaxed part that gets blown on this shit. And there's the Asterios thing. Yeah, especially there's got to be a way. I think Asterios and I's plans or expectations diverged violently when it became obvious to me that I was treating this, and you have to treat this as an entertainment product and not some weird, like this is not going to improve the fortunes of your life. This is going to harm them. Unless you play it properly. This is going to sink you. The last time he called into the show, I said, this is not a guy who is ready to spend a year on the phone with lawyers and in court brutally eviscerating a man for the entertainment of tens of thousands of Patreonies of this spectacle. This is a man who believes in justice. This is not someone who's suited for this.
No, and to briefly talk about the Vic thing. And this is why I think the opponents of Vic are so woefully unprepared for what's happening. Is that they? I'll flat out say it. I'm enough gin in to say it. They hired a lawyer who was not prepared to deal with the fact that they are at least semi-public people, and that their lawsuit matters as much in public as it does in court, if not more so. I've openly stated over and over again that my goal with Vic is not, I don't care if he wins or loses the lawsuit. My goal is that at the end of the lawsuit, whether he wins or loses, he has a direction to channel a career. So he has a place to take and put his creative energy towards people who still support him. And because I think there's nothing that's going to come out in this lawsuit that will be bad enough that people will stop supporting him. Because I just don't think he's raped anybody. So with Asterios, it's the same thing. Like, look, Asterios, you have two options here. You can rip Maddox apart for the absolute sheer comedy of the fact that this dummy hired the worst lawyer in existence to sue you, and you can deal with that in the way that it's funny, or you can deal with that in a serious, quiet, I'm never going to talk about it way and completely hose yourself. And I think he chose wrong. If I'm being honest.
In the early days of the lawsuit, I remember I was watching a stereo stream and somebody came on and dropped Mundane Matt's name after Mundane Matt was supporting the lawsuit, because I had just ripped into him for the first time on the show. They're like, what about Mundane Matt? And the stereo said, like, oh, I want to have fun here. I got nothing against anybody. And at that moment I was like, this is who he is. He's not me. This isn't what if Maddox had only sued him, he would have gotten away with everything. He would probably have got some money out of it. But because Maddox made the mistake of putting my name on the document, he had the rest of his life ruined. Yeah. That's the only lesson to take away from the entire lawsuit is don't fuck with me. Anybody else is fine. Won't hurt you, but don't fuck with me.
Don't mess with someone who's willing to publicly fight.
Yeah,
because that's the whole thing. If you're not willing to publicly fight, but the other person is, you're screwed. You're done, you dummy. Maddox never talked about the lawsuit. You know what the most annoying thing? This is what the secret. This is what pissed me off the most about the lawsuit between you and Maddox, is that you and Maddox could have both done well from that lawsuit.
I agree.
That dumbass decided to try and, I'm going to keep it quiet. My attorney says don't talk about it. You hired the dumbest attorney on the fucking planet, Maddox. Don't listen to him anymore and just talk about it. If that guy would have monetized his lawsuit against you, you both would be where you are.
Oh, yeah. I 100% agree with that.
Like,
go ahead.
Do you remember when Maddox went on Doug TenNapel and Doug TenNapel held his feet to the fire? You remember how good that comedy was? Imagine if Maddox did the same thing on his own, where the super chats went to him and he got flustered and did his fucking arguments, his really fast speaking arguments where he tries to defend himself. Yeah. And he's pulling up stats and shit for no fucking reason. Nobody cares. But he's going
Asking weird questions that have nothing to do with the question. Doc, you hate it when people mess with other people's jobs, right? That's not right. Right? Yeah, I mean, what's the point, man?
Yeah.
I just think,
I have to thank Maddox wholeheartedly for doing that stream. Because of that stream, I am now friends with Doug TeNapel. Because I sent a $5 super chat asking Maddox to come on my show, and he went on a tirade, an absolute tirade about me being a blackface lawyer.
Yeah, that's the first thing he said. No, that was me. I was the stalker.
Oh, you were. That's right. Because
he's like, I did a super chat from the Kiwi Farms brand account as like for $10 or something, and he read that, and before he even read my fucking message, he said the name Kiwi Farms, and Maddox lit up like a red Christmas bulb. I was like, those are just stalkers. They're part of the same people that have been following me for years, and it was great.
What an idiot.
Josh, why do you think internet people get so? This all started with my take on internet people.
Yeah.
What do you think is what happens?
I don't, because I wanted to say originally that it's something that comes with age. If you get into it late and you tackle it as a business and you make business decisions, then you're fine. But a lot of the people burning up are in their, like, fucking Sargon's 39.
Oh, Jesus, really?
Yeah, Monday Matt is in his 30s. He has a kid. All these people are in their 30s or even 40s sometimes, and they're making, like, Boogie's mid-40s, and he's doing things that you would expect from someone who's 19, who's, live streaming. And I don't know if it's hubris. I don't know. I think it's specifically if you don't tackle it like a business, because I do my streams, and I'm unapologetic about this. I do my streams because I have to, because if I didn't put my voice out there and say, in other realms and say, I run a site and it's extremely, the walls close in on it. People really want this site taken out. Nobody would hear it. So part of the reason why I do what I do is not only to make money doing it, because that helps a lot. It's to make sure that people know about what's happening on the home front. It's like a propaganda effort. And I consider that part of my business strategy. That's very adaptive to the challenges of keeping a financial burden afloat, And if you
you're on that, your voice and your demeanor gives the site colors the site in an entirely different way too.
Oh, people say that because they say it's like the site is different like every day, because I just do random shit that I think is funny to me.
But you're having fun with it. Like it's not menacing at all on one of your streams, and you're not like
I would never consider it like an extension of my person, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I hope to make it fun by having fun with it. I think that engages people, but it's not an extension of my ego. And I think a lot of people they take it personally. They take their streams and their business as a part of their ego, and it really shouldn't be. If people don't like my site, they don't like me, then whatever. But
the dumb thing is, I use Kiwi Farms as a tool. It's a great tool for, did I screw up today? Like, right? That's I think people could learn the lesson from that. Look, people are going to make fun of you either way. Maybe that's Josh, you're what, like 21, 22 years old?
No, I'm 26 now. I'm getting old. Yeah,
you're basically in a walker. I don't know if it comes with age, but I notice a lot of YouTubers are young. Right. And this is going back to that nefarious part of YouTube that I think in regards to Etika is YouTube creates and fosters a persona that if you're not otherwise established in your life and you lose YouTube after having it, you will have a body of work that will probably prevent you from being hireable by any traditional business when you're done.
Ralph was unhireable because he has 2 felonies on his record.
Well, Ralph was, but lots of, like, Mumkey Jones. How could Mumkey Jones get a job somewhere outside of YouTube, right?
Change his name.
Yeah, I guess. But they're going to see his picture. And eventually someone's going to put 2 and 2 together.
If somebody recognizes him from his picture, they're probably a fan. You know what I mean?
Well, but a lot of Mumkey Jones fans aren't Mumkey Jones fans right now, right?
Well, that's
Yeah, Selena got killed by the head of her fan club.
That's the thing. A lot of in I guess in our neck of the YouTube woods or whatever, where you have us making edgy jokes or funny stories or whatever, we're going to say something that means we can't be people ever again. And if you're not established in that, I wonder about Etika. Like, I wonder about guys like him who end up Minecrafting themselves or whatever. That, like, is that what factored into it? Like, what does he do?
Yeah, absolutely.
What does he do when he's gone? Because he's made this content that will, in any job that he goes to apply for, someone's gonna. It doesn't matter. Like, if he links his name. Or changes his name or whatever, someone is going to eventually link his new name to his old name. And then an employer's going to type it up and they're going to see some stream and they're going to be like, okay, wait a minute. This is weird. Right.
Yeah. The weird thing, more so than the name, is the resume gap. Because I've thought about it, obviously, where it's like, I could change my name in a jurisdiction that would allow me to hide it. And I could just flip and I could disappear. But the really interesting thing about that is that what the fuck do I put on my resume? What have I been doing for the last 6 years that I can tell an employee? Now, if I could write my resume honestly, oh my God, I have the best resume, technically speaking, of anyone. I know how to keep shit afloat with governments pointing artillery at it. I know how to keep shit up. That's great for a resume. But how the fuck
you had a mall ninja threatening to have the CIA murder you? I mean, how could you possibly?
I've had a lot of fun threads in my time that would look great on a resume if people were being honest about what they're looking for, but they're not. Everyone lies to themselves, and
I've got a question. You guys might know. I don't. Is Etika the guy who did the backflip with the nunchuck, where he lands and hits his face and gets up and can't, like, is unconscious?
No,
I don't. That guy would have to be way older than Etika.
Okay, dang, God, that would be funny. Is that my racism coming through? They had similar hair, I think.
Similar hair, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Josh.
Yeah, I don't have to answer your question. I do not have a good answer to why some people seem to do okay and other people seem to very quickly burn out, and it's very strange because I don't know. I don't feel I have that much of an ego. I feel like I've been tempered by shame because I have. If anybody follows my drama, when I was a teenager, I was a part of a community, and I was the biggest outcast in that community, and they all hated me. And over the years, I was systematically oppressed by these mean bully jerks on this website, and that tempered my ego a little bit. So I don't know. Everybody needs to be traumatized as a teenager is what I'm saying. Otherwise, you can't do internet stuff.
So you're pro-bullying as teenagers?
Very.
Good. Me too.
Life is hard.
Dick, how hard should kids be bullied?
Oh, God. Well, how hard are they asking for it? It's really up to them how much they get bullied. They can just keep acting like, a queermo, or they can knock it off.
Kids are the worst people on the planet. So, I mean, they're definitely asking to be bullied. Universally, anyone between the ages of 13 and 17 deserve maybe a death penalty. But, okay, Super Iron Bob says, every net neutrality proposal in the U.S. has contained the caveat of legal traffic. Take that how you will. Okay, Luminatrix fan fiction says, although I can't control people's thought processes on the internet, I just wanted to apologize for all the shenanigans on Twitter. No matter how many times I tell them otherwise, they just keep thinking I'm you. This guy. So that Cuck Lightyear lawyer decided that this guy was my alt account on Twitter, and he has been masturbatorily celebrating the fact that I have forgotten to turn off my alt account when I comment. It's not me, though.
Who is it? What's his name?
Is Luminatrix.
I thought you were going to say Pickled Nick.
No, yeah. I used to get that all the time, too, where Pickled Nick or Rick Nikita would do so. Like when I went on the heel stream, they're like, hey, thanks for that $500 donation. I'm like, oh, you're welcome. That wasn't me at all. That was someone else completely that said Rick Nikita. But I think Ralph was really drunk already at that point. But yeah, these people think I'm this guy, and I'm not. and it's causing me stress. And I'm gonna get gray beard hair like Sargon.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. John Sargent says 230
check.
needs to split publisher and platform and define it clearly and set the definition of editorializing clearly and with specific terms. As for being kicked off, must be with a conviction, i.e. harassment or calls to action, etc. What do you think about that, Josh?
I have a big thought about this. I have a big idea, a big clue, and I want to save it for Dick. So I'm going to write it down. I'm going to pull it up on Notepad. I have something related to it. As far as splitting it, like, I don't know, like have Facebook be open with multiple brands of Facebook that moderate it differently? Is that what he's proposing?
Well, you just said that 230 needs to be definitive between publisher and platform, which I think was the actual original intent of 230. Like, if you're going to curate and publish content, fine, you don't get the protection. But if you're not going to be able to curate and publish content, you do get the protection.
Okay, here, I can't say what the intent is, but let me ask you a question. What would happen if these companies move to Ireland? They just headquarter out of Ireland. I want to know from a legal perspective what happens if a company does that. Are we going to use the OSAF to sanction Facebook for moving out of the country? Like, what happens if the law goes through? It works perfectly, and it forces them to be unbiased, and they just say, well, we're going to go to a country where we can do whatever we want. Okay.
What happens if they do?
Then they continue to operate as normal.
Okay, so do you have a problem with countries moving to Ireland?
Or companies?
Companies.
No,
sorry, I said
saying
countries, didn't I?
The law would seemingly be unable to influence businesses in other countries, correct?
Right, but then they'd be in Ireland.
Yes.
So if they wanted to purchase infrastructure or anything in the U.S., they would have to diversify their assets. They would have to subject themselves to U.S. law. They would have to do different things. They'd be limited to how they operated because they'd be in Ireland, right?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
I mean, they could put servers in like the Bermuda. They could put it in Mexico. They could put it in Canada and skirt around it and still have very good access to American homes.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
I'm just saying that it would render the attempt ineffective.
Why would so? Right, like so. They could do that now. In theory, they could do all sorts of things, but they don't.
Well, they don't have to right now. And as a benefit, they keep the jobs.
I mean, come on. If Facebook moved to a different country than the U.S., they'd avoid a 35% income tax, corporate income tax. But they stay in the U.S. Why?
Because of 230.
Yeah. Okay. So then they move to somewhere else.
Well, then they would move to a country where the censorship laws, like in the EU, align with their interests.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, why is that a problem? That's what I'm failing to understand here.
I'm not saying. Well, it would take the money and the jobs out of the country, but number two,
who cares?
It renders that entire effort ineffective. And it would be interesting to see if the U.S. would try to like block Facebook with a firewall because it's refusing to do what they want it to.
But let's ignore the possibility of the U.S. blocking a foreign website because we don't really block foreign websites, to my knowledge, unless you know something different.
We don't. There's one of the few countries in the world that don't.
So Facebook moves to Ireland or Zambia or wherever. Who cares? Okay.
You're talking about moving 100,000. How many employees does Google have?
Why not? Why can't they?
I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying even if they do, who cares?
We do, because we're complaining that we're being censored on these platforms, and we're going to use the U.S. legislator to force them to not censor us.
If that's how they get around it, I think that's a success. If it's so effective that they have to leave the country.
I'm saying, like, in a theoretic where we did pass a law and the law is perfect and it does exactly what you want it to. Why are you guys both okay with that?
Who cares if they move?
It's kind of a weird hypothetical that's not happening. So it's hard to imagine, but I'm okay with companies. I mean, if they're going to go out of the country and still take money from the U.S., it's a lot easier to fuck with them.
Yeah, I think they'd run a huge risk moving out of the country. But if they wanted to move out of the country, I don't see the problem with it. If they said, if first of all, I don't think it would work that way. But second of all, let's say, Facebook Ireland is going to be there, and now they're immune to Section 230. I don't know that would be the case. I mean, I think if they're doing, because we operate websites that run in the U.S. and we operate them with influence from EU laws already, GDPR and other privacy laws. And they're not enforceable in the U.S., but the fact that they do, like U.S. based companies are doing business in the EU, they're still subject to GDPR. I'm not quite sure why Facebook in Ireland would not be subject to 230 protections in the U.S. Or a lack of 230 protections or whatever.
Which is what the rest of the world has. I mean, I don't know. I just want to posit it because that bugs me as well, is that they could uproot theoretically.
Okay, but wait a minute. So you can't sue. So U.S. has 230 protection, which as far as I know is unique in the world because we're the only country with a First Amendment.
I have looked up every country in the world. I've read the Constitution of Guyana, trying to find a different country that I could host in to be safer, and it does not exist.
Okay, so why can't you be sued for kiwi farms in Guyana?
Because I don't have protection from 230.
Wait, what? Shouldn't you be able to be?
They could sue me in whatever fucking country they want to. I don't care.
Why not?
Because they can't enforce it.
Okay, so what's the difference? I think actually U.S. law would absolutely allow you to, if Facebook moved to Ireland but maintained everything else the exact same, right? So there's access to Facebook. You just go to facebook.ir or whatever instead of facebook.com. There's no way that Facebook goes into 300 million or 100 million homes in the United States and you can't bring Facebook in. The long arm statute of every state as well as every international treaty we have would allow you to bring Facebook into the U.S. To be sued here. There's no way you could not sue Facebook in the United States.
That doesn't make me happy, though. That's just basically saying that the U.S. regulates the entire world, and
the U.S. runs the entire world. I mean, to be brutally honest, we are
be careful not to fuck up the laws for the entire world.
We're the economic engine of the planet, which means that we can.
They'd have to go to Mars.
only Elon Musk with his Mars-based internet router would be able to access the Facebook Mars. It'd be great.
Okay. We've landed on Mars, and now we have restricted speech on Mars.
That's based in ANCAP, Phil, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Dick is back. Okay, Nick, you have basically endorsed a bill that dictates to a small number of corporations how they are to moderate and regulate their own platform. Why should we not just make the volksbook.gov, the volkstwitter.gov, and the volkstube.gov and run our own versions on a government level that has whatever regulations we want it to or not to have? Because that would, in my mind, that would cost less money and be less problematic.
No, it would cost more money and it would fail.
Why would it fail? Because
the government doesn't run things effectively.
Is that the argument? Just that the government can't do it? I mean,
name a government-run analog to a private company that runs well.
Well, why not? I don't know. It just.
You don't know because there isn't one.
I don't live in the U.S. I don't.
Oh yeah. We don't have one.
We
don't have anything that works.
There is not there's no like government car dealership. And there's a reason
the government farms everything out too, even security. Like they hire every single contract they have, they hire to an outside firm because they can't, because the things that they do so poorly.
They don't even make their own military equipment, right? We have Lockheed Martin, we have Boeing, we have all sorts of companies. We have Raytheon or whatever. We have all sorts of companies that create the very specific government specific role of military. One of the few things in the Constitution that is a specific role of government other than the post office. And the post office is a semi-private company as well. It's not a very well-run
Well,
one.
yeah. Why can't we have social media equivalents of the post office?
You don't want that.
Why not?
Well, okay, so
Because it wouldn't work on Sunday.
You've also got the issue of where the money's coming from. Like you mentioned the expense of it. You think it would be cheaper for the government just to set up the government alternatives of these. But the difference is the lawsuits are going to cost these companies, and that will be absorbed by the investors. Like when Google first bought YouTube, they set aside a staggering amount of money just to cover lawsuits that they thought would arise from all the pirated content that YouTube was built on. If something like 230, if removing it has a monetary consequence to the companies, that will be built in to their stock, and it will be absorbed by people who want to risk their money.
But it's not just the company. Like the company is not funding both sides of the lawsuits against the government.
Right. So the defense, the companies who get sued by people, they're not going to be sued by the government if they don't have the protection. They're going to get sued by people.
Well, the government's going to be sued by the companies immediately.
What do you mean?
Every single one of these companies affected by this bill will sue the federal government
and go to the Supreme Court, or who are they going to sue?
Yes, they'll sue the government and try to get the law thrown out as being unconstitutional.
Well, that's the Supreme Court's got a finite. I'm fine with that. Take it, go. They're not going to take the gun cases I want them to take anyway. So what the fuck do I care what the Supreme Court does?
But realistically, like let's say every major tech company sued the Supreme Court or sued the U.S. government against this law. At most, that's what 30 lawsuits. That's 30 to $90 million. That's nothing. That's nothing in the scope of tech companies. So I mean, I don't think that that's a realistic cost proposition personally.
I don't know. I disagree with this idea on so many levels.
You can.
It's not just because it's not just that I think it'll fail. I think that even if it succeeds, it won't have the desired effect. And then all it does is like, okay, we forced Twitter, we forced Facebook, let's say it works. All we have then is we have mandated that a government lets people shit post on Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah.
But it doesn't open up alternatives. There's still the monopolies. It's just government. I mean, it's essentially passing this law as a tacit admission that these companies are monoliths that can't be broken down. And we have yielded to them.
The government funded all of them.
I think there's a bigger effect around this too that happened with the Title IX. Like you trace it all the way back to the introduction of hate speech, to Title IX restrictions on like what is discrimination. I think that having that on the books, having this notion of discrimination over whatever class, race, gender, blah, 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 blah. Having that on the books trained an entire generation to respect that as a value we had. And I think it warped our brains. It warped the brains of my generation, the millennial generation. Having anything we can put on the books, even if it is ineffective, the idea that it is not like unto God. You do not have this power to be untouchable. Just having that removed, I think, will change perception over time, which is a good thing. Like I think it has a lot of small incremental changes and influences that will benefit the individual and that will benefit free speech in the long run, regardless of the cost, even if you're right about that.
28th Amendment. The 28th Amendment. The right to shitpost shall not be infringed.
I would so much rather have credit card companies reeled in. I would trade anything for that.
Yeah.
Or a bank could not tell me I can't send or receive money from another person willing to give me money for a legal reason. That should be the 28th Amendment.
Now, you and I have talked about this a little bit, Josh, but what do you think? Don't you think that the prevention of wanton internet censorship is part of that? So my argument, for the benefit of the audience, is that if Facebook is not allowed to just remove people because of wrongthink, then MasterCard doesn't get to pretend that they care about wrongthink, right? That's my argument. So Facebook, can't remove them. MasterCard's not going to be like, well, we're not going to process your payments because there is no alternative, right? So MasterCard says, well, we're not going to process Facebook's payments. Why would they do that?
You have to use Facebook coin then, don't you?
Yeah, I would guess.
I mean, that is an alternative, right? That's why Facebook's making it.
Is there Facebook coin?
Libra. They're trying, and don't buy it, because what they're doing when these companies release shit like Ripple and Libra, what they're really doing is they're trying to sell it for Bitcoin so that they can hold on to the Bitcoin. Do not buy Libra. Do not buy Ripple.
Okay, listen, I don't care about Libra or Ripple or Bitcoin or none of that nonsense. You hippies and your weird like sex vans or whatever. I don't care about that.
Me and Dick are going to take over the world, man. We got the Bitcoin, man.
You and Dick with a VW bus stopping every 26 miles to bang one out isn't important to me. What I want to know is if Facebook is legally prevented from removing anybody from the platform, why would MasterCard say, I'm not going to process the payments of this company with 500 billion users or whatever it is, because everybody's got alts. I don't know.
I mean, they could just raise prices for it. Like, you're such a high risk thing. We're going to take 15%.
They wouldn't be high risk though. Everybody would be equal risk. There would be no provision where a company of a certain size, once they became
true. Especially under the Patriot Act, you're going to get people money laundering. You're going to get people posting child porn. You're going to get people marketing, doing soliciting without paying for it. You're going to get all sorts of shit. That would get in the.
But that already happens though.
With the U.S. Patriot Act, it would get them in trouble.
Who would it get in trouble?
The credit card companies, the banks.
Why would it get the banks and credit card companies in trouble?
Because the way that the U.S. Patriot Act is written is that the banks have to be aggressive and proactive with their handling of fraud. They have to be involved in. They can't just rely on the government to say you can't send money to this person. They have to be active in their investigations, and they maintain bad actor lists where if your name appears in this bad actor list, no bank will do business with you because it can get them in trouble with the government.
For fraud, yeah, but what about politically?
Oh, you can end up on those lists too. That's how the guys get taken down off Patreon by MasterCard threatening them. It's like because they appeared on a bad actor list as being a political agent capable of violence because they were sending back the refugee boats, shit like that.
Wouldn't that put Facebook and wouldn't that put these big companies in a position of having to keep you on the platform to not get sued, but then getting in trouble from the government?
That's a great question. It seems like you're breaking this shit in half.
Yeah, let me restart my Pro Tools.
The interesting thing about that though is if the credit card companies aren't allowed to hide behind the shelter of Facebook removing you,
Back check.
and I got you. You sound good now.
Okay.
So if these companies aren't allowed to hide behind the shelter of Facebook removing you and pretending that it's not MasterCard, right? Then MasterCard has to go ahead and issue a thing that says, due to the Patriot Act, here's this. And then you have a colorable right to challenge their distinction because they're acting with the force of law to suppress your speech. This is a better thing because now you can sue MasterCard and say, look, you're invoking a U.S. government authority to suppress my speech. This is the basis of anti-SLAPP laws in lawsuits about defamation is you're using the power of the court to suppress my right to free speech. Now I can actually fight against you.
Well, there's case law against that because I remember specifically the Supreme Court ruling on a Boy Scout case where the Boy Scouts refused to let
You've been waiting 3 hours to bring up Boy Scouts.
Yes, I have.
Yeah,
because the Boy Scouts refused to let a gay man be an openly gay man be a pack leader.
Well, how would he get his vagina badge? I don't understand how he would do that as a gay man.
But the Supreme Court ruled with the Boy Scouts to say that it would violate their First Amendment freedom of association to require them to allow this gay man to be in their club. And Facebook's a big company.
That's an old case though, because why are the Boy Scouts of America allowing girls in?
Because they're nobody joins.
Because they lost all the Mormons.
Yeah, they lost all their money. It's a money
they had to let gays in. They let gays in.
Yeah, they now have gay scout leaders and they have female participants. I don't.
That's a money pressure thing. That's not a court thing.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure.
I'm not so sure about that. I think they're afraid of court. I think they're afraid of having that decision overturned, and it's effectively neutered it. Because okay, so what you're talking about is a fraternal organization discrimination insulation. That's a lot of shuns or whatever. But fraternal organizations get the ability to disregard a whole lot of laws because they're not public accommodations, right? So you're talking about Boy Scouts as this private charitable organization that is also fraternal, which means they can have a very strict list of guests. And it's how many fraternal organizations, you can have a fraternal organization for the benefit of white men, for example, and exclude all women and people of colors or whatever you want to call anybody. But you can have that. You can have a fraternal organization for the advancement of white men, and that is legal under the law. And you have
it's the Libertarian Party, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. You actually, everybody in there has to be 300 pounds, and they all have to strip naked in front of the 25 other people that are watching.
For the nipples. If the nipples aren't pink, you got to get out. And
It's pink.
Yeah.
In Myers versus Libertarian Party, that yes, they can force you to show your nipples to make sure that they're pink enough.
But yeah, so you can have that now. But the question becomes when you're a place of public accommodation. We're nowhere near arguing that Facebook, Google, YouTube are anything other than places of public accommodation. There's no way. Any store that allows anybody to walk into it is a place of public accommodation. A movie theater, you can have all kinds of signs on it. It doesn't matter. If you can walk into the place, you're a public accommodation. The only way you can't is if you literally have locked doors during business hours and say only whites allowed or only blacks allowed or whatever it is, like the NAACP. Or that's a joke. That's a joke. I really mean the Anti-Defamation League. But if you have those sort of qualifiers that are open and clear to the public, and you're not open to literally public accommodation, then you can get away from those
but
laws.
They can throw you out for even in a shopping mall. If you go to a shopping mall and you're wearing I'm pretty sure
because a shopping mall is a place of public accommodation.
But if you're wearing a MAGA hat at a shopping mall, I'm pretty sure they can throw you out.
Yeah, because it's private
because you're
property.
making other people at the public property uncomfortable.
It's not
with your
public.
Horrible.
A shopping mall isn't public property.
Shopping malls specifically, you have a right to protest that. Didn't that go to the Supreme Court?
It depends on the mall, as Sargon would say. The Mall of America is a privately owned. The Mall of America is a privately owned entity, and we're actually one of my favorite Supreme Court cases is Marsh versus Alabama, where a company owned a whole town, and the government told them, "No, if you own the whole town, then you are the government, and you have to abide by the same restrictions of the government." It's really actually a good argument for what Twitter and Facebook are. They're providing all of the functions of government in a particular space. In Marsh versus Alabama, it was the roads and sidewalks, where a privately owned road and sidewalk, a Jehovah's Witness was on it. And they're like, nope, you can't be on here. But they're like, this is the only road and sidewalk. There is no government alternative. You are the government here. You have privately funded police and a privately funded post office. So you're the government here. And the Jehovah's Witness won. Mall of America.
Also, the Mormons. The Mormons didn't want gays protesting in front of their buildings. And they owned like the entire block around their church. And the court said that the gays could protest there because it was the public space.
And that's based on Marsh versus Alabama. But that was actually undone in, I think, 2009 because of Minnesota, my stupid state, has the Mall of America owned by Iranian-born Canadians who own the Mall of America. But they won the right to exclude people from the literal Mall of the United States. Because it's a private business, and that in that decision they specifically overturn Marsh versus Alabama and say that we don't want that anymore. But that's because it was a specifically privately owned place, and we don't have company towns anymore. We don't have any analog to that.
the case I'm talking about happened in California, and they ruled that California can give citizens the right to protest in private, but they can't remove it. The Supreme Court said, yeah, California can have that. They had every right to be there because California has it in their constitution, and the only thing that matters is that they don't try to restrict rights that the federal constitution gives them. So they're all based in California anyway.
States' rights or states' constitutions can give more liberty and more rights to the citizenry. They just the federal constitution is the minimum bar. So that's
what I've always wanted to ask, Nick?
Yeah, what's up?
You know how we're like the United States, but every state is a democracy. Could we have a state that's like a kingdom, like the Kingdom of Florida? Or does it have to be democratic?
They all have to be a Republican form of government.
No, that's bullshit. I want the Kingdom of Florida.
That's in.
I want Florida's delegation to the Senate and Congress to be monarch appointed court people, who go up in like robes and shit. And
that's different. They can do that.
What?
Yeah, the state's method for selecting its representatives and its delegates to elect a president or whatever, those are state powers. So how they choose to elect their representative, they just have to have a Republican form of government, which means they need an executive, legislative, and judicial branch of some sort. And then, that's about it. And they have to have a representative section, but how they choose their representatives is up to them. And most importantly, how they choose their delegates for president is actually up to the states, which makes it really interesting to suggest that in Dick's lovely state, they could, and they're just cucked enough to maybe do this. They could
be communist.
They could suggest that only illegal immigrants can vote for president in California. And I think that the state of California would have a very good case against whoever tried to sue them over that, because it's a plenary power in the Constitution to allow the states to choose the method of their own delegates.
That's funny.
But yeah, no, you have to guarantee a Republican form of government in every state. But how they
go round up some voters at Home Depot.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I got it, guys. I got a big truck. I could fit about 80 voters in the back of that thing.
Look, how many of you voted yesterday? Actually, no habla español. You just get in. It's fine.
You switch mustaches. We're going back.
Why are people mad at me in chat for wanting a Kingdom of Florida? That would be so fucking rad. How do you argue against that?
Well, how much alligator rape do you want, Josh?
We need diversity in our state governments, and a kingdom, a monarchy, a despotism is absent. And I'm a pro-diversity person.
Sounds good.
That's true. We need more experimentation in our. That's what the Republic is for, right? Exactly. Let's see which state has it right.
Nova Zero says Dick is by his name an honorary Pinoy. Go figure. Dick's all about tagging a log. Why not? Love the stream, guys. Keep it up. Blaine 20 says here's $14, but he actually sent 20. I don't know how that works. Travis the Bard says Ron is the princess of all Saiyans. Look at him ballet. And damn it, I lost it. Oh, here we go. Colin says Mr. the N-word. How do I join your Patreon alternative?
Email me or email me either way.
Yeah. If you're not a creator, you just go to whoever you want to support on New Project 2 and you do it. But if you're a creator, email. Christopher Nicholson says, I asked Coach Red Pill how old he was in Barley's in Knoxville. He told me to F off. That's why I asked him again on your stream. He pretended to answer politely. Josh, did you hear about this in Knoxville? Coach Red Pill, a fan of Coach Red Pill said, hey, you're older than I thought you were, in person. He poured his liquor on the guy.
I heard about that.
No.
That's why he got thrown out of that bar on Sunday or whatever.
Jesus.
I mean, he is old. Isn't he like 50?
I don't know how old he is. He's older than me. Who cares how old you are?
I guess he does.
Well, yeah, that's true. Thank you for clarifying.
It isn't his whole thing that he's like a father figure?
I thought so. Or like your gym coach or whatever.
Oh,
but
yeah.
His shorts aren't short enough and his calves aren't big enough to be my gym coach.
That's true.
JXDVX says vid of YouTube bias on CON was taken down. Now Senator Cruz is hosting it on YouTube. If YouTube takes it down, or a citizen files a false report, could that be a violation of our First Amendment, second government official, or First Amendment to government official? Same way Twitter Trump blocking is. I think Ted Cruz would love to take that case to the Supreme Court, but no, I don't think so. Saladrin says, not to be all build your own internet, would video hosting be too expensive to host everything that gets banned from new Project 2 users? It would get more appealing with time as it'd be an FU library of juicy forbidden content. The answer to that is, I think, yes. It would be way too expensive.
If Dick's platform keeps growing the way it is, he's going to have the money to swing around for that.
Yeah, video is. I think there's plenty of alternative hosting sites that nobody's using for video.
Yeah, BitChute is. I would suggest BitChute to anyone right now because it's
Josh,
very reliable.
You were talking about how much it would cost to host this stream. So
Yes.
let's say 5,000 people, 1080p, 3 hours.
Okay, right. We'll say 5,000. We'll make it flat.
Yeah.
Multiplied by
My bit rate is somewhere around 6,000 kilobytes a second to 7,000.
6,000. You greedy motherfucker.
Well, sometimes it's 7. It depends on who's on. If I'm on camera, it's 7. But if your stupid avatar's on camera, it drops down to 6.
Okay, it's 6,000. Okay, so you take 5,000 and you multiply it by 6,000, and you multiply that by 60, and you multiply that by 60, and you multiply that by 3. Well, I mean, you just take. Don't make me do math on the spot. And that's kilobits, right?
Yeah. Yeah, lowercase b.
It's kiloboots. He's so close to Canada.
Listen here, buddy.
It's 9.
We work in kiloboots here.
Yeah. 9 bits for every kiloboot.
I hear the math happening, and it's making me excited and aroused.
The numbers just start running together. I forgot what am I even multiplying?
To data storage.
You should race somebody in the chat. See if somebody in the chat can beat Josh.
He's racing the NSA right now.
It is 30 gigabits per second, and it is for a 1 gigabit per second connection. That is $750 per month. So to afford the bandwidth for yours, it would probably the more you buy in bulk, the less it goes down. So you take that 750. Well, you'd probably buy a 50 gigabit per second connection. Bit line. I want a price. Give me a price, Google. It's a fuck of a lot. It's an extraordinary amount of money. It's like $10,000 for a 50 gigabit line. Maybe somebody, I don't know. I haven't ever looked at that much.
A month? Wow.
Yeah. Can somebody was saying that Josh doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm a network engineer. Well, network engineer motherfucker. How much is a 30 gigabit per second line? Tell me.
I'm going to get all my PlayStations to crunch this number. While we wait, so it's expensive though. That I think that's the point, is that it would be prohibitively expensive for normal people to compete with YouTube, right?
Well, somebody's saying I could host that. Well, you could host this one live stream. You think about here, you're getting 5,000. Think about Jim. I did Jim as an example because I saw one stream. He'd get like 25,000 viewers, and his bit rate's probably significantly lower because of how he streams. But like you're looking at 100 gigabit per second line for that one stream just to carry that pipe, and that is an extraordinary amount of money.
Yeah, how much would it cost for me to? Well, what about like, okay, pretend I don't know anything about the internet because I don't. But like, let's say I buy a web service where I'm only uploading my 7K or 7,000 kilobytes per second up to this website, and then everybody else is downloading it from there, right? So similar to how YouTube works, I don't need 100 gig per second connection or whatever.
That's the worst way to do it, because it's not like you charge at the hosting level. It's not that you charge like a cab where you're paying for the amount you go through. You just have the set pipe always set up. So when it's not being used, you're paying for nothing, dark cable.
Oh, okay. So that would be a bad plan. That would be more expensive, you're saying.
Yeah.
I would have to stream all the time, constantly.
Yeah, to maximize your bandwidth, yeah.
Or make like a television show where you have something slotted for every second of every hour to keep the to make use of it. But yeah, it's a lot. But you still pay for, like, that's just the pipe. Like if you want a 100 gigabit per second dedicated pipe, that's what you pay for. You still have to pay for bandwidth, like the actual usage of that. And that's like it's much cheaper, but it's like a couple pennies per gigabit of actual usage. So then, yeah, it's just then you're taking that rate and then you're multiplying it by every second watched. And
Colin Schrader says use super nodes. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Is that a word for that?
He means nose, super nose. It's an anti-Semitic superhero.
No.
Talking about he sniffs out the best deal all over the internet.
The Anti-Defamation League has a specific super nose server that you can use. It's way cheaper, but you can only pay in diamonds or something, I think.
Foreskins.
Oh my god! That was a little farther than my joke. What? But Josh is our insulation for this discussion, right? Because he loves the state of Israel.
Yes, I do love Israel. I love Israel more than life itself.
Yeah, who doesn't? I don't understand who does. I mean, other than Palestine, I don't know who does.
Palestine isn't a thing.
Right.
It does not exist.
Well, it's
a collection of angry people behind a wall that we pretend don't exist.
It's like Atlantis. No one's ever been there.
Butthole Weeb says, I'm coming for you, Dick. You better admit that you think eating ass is mealy AF. You can't hide for long. I'm gonna claim victory. Also, hi, Nick and Null. Great stream. Dick, don't be scared. I'll be in LA, you weirdo.
I want to puke every time that guy asks me that question.
So you're saying that are you definitively and conclusively saying that you don't eat booty?
I've said it several times. I said it on the Road Rage stream to Vegas. No, I do not.
So you never.
Is this like a green eggs and ham routine?
Yeah, I think it's like mind poisoning. It's a coordinated effort to make men want to eat ass, and I don't think anyone actually enjoys it. It's just a thing that people try to force.
You don't think men enjoy it? Why don't you think that? Do you have some experience in this realm?
No, I don't think anyone.
I mean, you're just talking authoritatively about what people enjoy. I just figured maybe you would have some reason to know.
If someone says they like eating ass, they're a fucking liar, and they're trying to trick you. It's like the brat posting. No one actually gets off huffing farts. The entire reason that exists is to get idiots to smell a woman's asshole and puke during sex. That is all it's for.
Oh God! But I'm gonna puke now.
I saw a woman who eats like soap and toilet paper and stuff. You can't tell me there's not someone with a broken brain out there who's like licking
that's
booties.
A woman you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, women.
That's
women
true,
are insane.
So women enjoy eating booty, just not men.
Yeah, they eat anything. Have you taken class with them?
As long as they don't have to cook it, right? That's the trick.
Gee, Nick. Woman walked into the internet today. So big if I ate her booty, it'd be a 3-course meal. There you go.
Guida says, as a resident of a state with state-run liquor stores, I can vouch that the government does not run analogs of private industries well. So there you go. And finally, Bryce Byerly says, Libertarian Party has a legal requirement to show proof of fedora or else you can be excluded.
That's fair.
Well, guys, I have like a million super chats to go through, but you guys have been on a long time. I don't want to make you stay through them either.
No, it hasn't felt like it. I can't believe how long this is going on.
Yeah, it's 2:30 my time, so we've been on for 3.5 hours.
It's great that we figured everything out. That was fantastic.
We've solved the internet's problem, and we found out that only women eat anus. So
we're gonna make Florida a monarchy. We're gonna add shit posting to the Constitution, and then we're gonna regulate MasterCard and Visa card, and everything will be fine.
I'm gonna switch to my Discover card. I'm gonna go find it.
Fuck you.
I'm gonna take a picture of it and forget to blur out the numbers and post it in a minute.
let me do an impression. Hey guys, I got this card when I was 13. It's great. It's still great. Still great now. 4 years later.
I just can't use it anywhere because nobody accepts it.
Can you buy Magic the Gathering cards with it? If you can't, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
I'm not
sure I
interested.
Well, I will say that you gentlemen are certainly welcome to stay. I'm going to run through super chats, but I don't want to keep you because it is really late. So
now we'll prolong it too. If I stick around, I got to talk after everyone.
We're going to comment on every fucking thing and make this last a full day.
Do it. The only catch is at 4 a.m. I have to go give my wife more medicine. So that's how that goes.
Oh, is that what you call it?
My lovely wife had some surgery a couple days ago, so yeah, I have to go give her Rush Limbaugh pills. So
some surgery, is that what you call it?
Yeah, it was
all right.
It was
not as good the second time.
It was that surgery was so violent that she now needs oxy or whatever. Xander's Rant says, Mr. Masterson, what do you think about Digibrony not wanting to associate with Monkey because of company he keeps?
I don't know anything about that. Is that new?
I don't know. I can't verify anything the chat says. Now knowing what you know about Monkey, also, sorry, that was part of the last question. Also, null net neutrality with Nick. And Nick, what happened to Jim talk about Channel Awesome? Oh, God, I got to talk to him about that. I frankly have just forgotten about it because Channel Awesome and Mars Girl are so unimportant to the world that I forgot. And Jim's been very busy.
Is anyone on Channel Awesome besides the guy that screeches?
I don't know. We're going to talk. Jim is supposed to talk to me about the downfall of Channel Awesome and specifically Mars Girl. Actually, I think Jim and Dick both had said that they would come on together and we would do a stream of just making fun of how hideous Mars Girl is.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
Doesn't that sound like a blast?
Yeah.
She's hired lawyers with a GoFundMe to go after various YouTubers. I don't know if I'm on the list or not. I kind of hope so. But she raised a whole $4,200 to hire her lawyers out in California.
You better be careful. Dick has spent his entire life stockpiling jokes at the expense of the female form.
Yeah.
This is his war. This is his battlefield.
Dick, you guys are stockpiling bullets? I've been stockpiling fat jokes. Now we look stupid.
The best part about fat jokes is when you get one there, the rest of them all get kind of sucked in, right? She posted to her GoFundMe, she posted an update showing a lawyer bill. It had a quarter hour of time that they billed her for $162.50. So she's got $650 an hour lawyers to apparently to apparently pursue some people making fun of her on YouTube. How great. I can only hope those lawyers take the case. Just take the case. We'll see
what an idiot to piss away $4,000 that you could have raised for yourself on lawyers because you're giving. What a fucking moron.
Always pay your lawyer and tip your lawyer. That's my professional advice.
All right, guys, I'm going to take off. This was great. It's good talking to you both.
Catch you later, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
Tess not on holiday says, Vic, I'm hungry. Monica writes name on jelly bean. Vic, finally some good effing food. So there you go. That's weird. Round 2 fight says, Josh, what feeder girls do you prefer? Large or small? Black, white, Latin, Asian, Middle Eastern, 2D or 3D? I hope Lady Rackets recovers well from her medical procedure. What cup size did you buy her, Nick? I have no idea. Josh, what feeder girls do you prefer? Large or small?
Well, I'm not actually a feeder. I'm just throwing that out there. But obviously, you would want like skinny white chicks. So that's like the most volume you can give. If you take a fat chick, you can't ruin that. It's already ruined. You can make it worse, but you can't. It's not the same.
So you prefer to take a skinny white chick, you said, and make her into a fat. What ethnicity should she end up as?
Well, if you look at, there's a woman called Amber Lynn who runs a popular stream, and
yeah, I've seen her.
She's very fat, and she was trying to do like an ASMR video for some reason. She was flipping newspapers pages, and I thought for a second, why the fuck does she have a black woman flipping these pages for her? Then I realized, oh, her digits are blackened because she has diabetes and she isn't treating them. She's got insulin poisoning. So you want to take a skinny white girl and turn her into a big fat black lady through the beatus.
Oh God, that's awful. That's darker than I thought that was going to go. Thank you for that.
I hope that person got their $20 worth of imagery.
It was $2. Let's see. TLJ Screwjob says, Dick, quote, Maddox lost it because 80s girl calls me Masterson. Seriously, Nick, maybe Maddox didn't take your advice in regards to Landwy was because you called him an effing idiot 6 to 7 times in the first 30-minute video about the lawsuit. Well, he should have listened to me because I was right. And he was an idiot. So that's all I have to say about that. Night of Hopex says, this is too smart for a Thursday night. You guys are caving my head in right now. That was nice. Mercenary says, I have to agree with the farms on this. What the law needs is enforcement of publisher and platform, and the farms should be a platform and liable for nothing unless it is pointed out illegal stuff in the whole good faith idea, the refinement of the law. Josh, your people are rebelling.
I don't know. I see a lot of it as emotional. Like, we just want this. And we don't care what it does or how it's implemented or what the effects are. As long as I can say the N-word on Twitter, that's all that matters. And it's like, you got to be careful because you don't want that. You really don't. You don't want this ham-fisted through because you got to be careful. It's going to affect history for the next 100 years if it's done.
Does your girl eat her ham fist?
Her ham fist?
You said ham-fisted. I made a feeder joke. It wasn't a good one, but it's late. No, I have to ask you. You're going to have to turn over the keys to the farms to me, and you're going to have to be cucked in the corner watching me run the farms from now on because apparently I do.
No, do you?
Yeah. Well, over and over, I am told that the Kiwi Farms bows to my beck and call, which is. I condemned the Kiwi Farms today on Twitter. I do not approve of their
vicious. I wish I had fucking Rakita money. I would be fine. I would be okay. I wouldn't have to worry. I was like, yeah, whatever. Censor social media. Who gives a shit?
No, I condemn the Kiwi Farms. They're a terrible force to be reckoned with, and I people keep saying that I control it, which is silly. I obviously don't. Do you control the Kiwi Farms?
No, I describe it like a herd of cats. I'm just a sad old cat lady with 18,000 cats that just piss and shit all over the place.
Do you have 18,000 users on the farms?
We have over like 3,500 daily logins that amount to about 10,000 per month.
That's awesome.
It's pretty big. A lot of cats, a lot of cat shit, just all over the. I try to get them to do something, and they just sniff disinterestedly at it, and then they walk away and they shit on something I value.
That's the best cat I can think of. Let's see. Your mom's box says, "What about legislation that compels websites to officially choose between identifying as public platforms or publishers? Sites that aren't acting as public platforms should not receive those protections. They're currently playing it both ways." What do you have to say for yourself, sir?
Playing it both ways. I mean, I can see it. Let me clarify. I don't like them, and I want them all to die in Minecraft. Well, they're business entities. They can't do it in Minecraft. But yeah, I'm not fans of them.
What, businesses aren't allowed to play Minecraft?
Yeah, you can't do that. A corporation can't pick up, the diamond sword and get killed by a bush monster.
I'm calling Notch. I need this to change immediately.
Yeah, they're manipulative. How about this? If you want a shitty Band-Aid law, pass a law saying that if you are a company that's a publisher, you can't try to manipulate the elections. Why don't we have that?
I think it's coming.
That would be a much better thing, like a very serious offense where people get arrested for trying to swing elections with their influence over companies. That would be a law I would support. Kiwi Farms doesn't try to influence an election.
I think that's the first way that Twitter goes down. And they're trying to head it off, right? Because Twitter's doing a new thing where they're going to keep Donald Trump's posts up that violate the rules, but they're going to tell everybody that they violated the rules.
Is that what they're going to do? They're going to, because there's a YouTube thing now where if you look up something where they don't like it and they don't want to get rid of it for whatever reason, it doesn't happen on many things, but you'll get like a link to like an Encyclopedia Britannica article saying this is the way it really happened.
Oh my God. No, Twitter's announced this new system where they will basically have a spoiler tag or whatever, and it says this content violates the rules of Twitter's terms of use. However, it's from a public figure, so here you go. You can click on it at your own risk or something.
Yeah.
That's them trying to head off the idea that Donald Trump or some other politician is about to ramrod through the fact that preventing your average American from having access to their politician on Twitter might be a First Amendment violation.
And what's really funny is YouTube put out that statement after the Vox adpocalypse saying that they were trying to influence people's minds. And did you read my article I wrote, by the way?
No,
I'm not gonna be mad if you didn't.
I didn't see it. I would have.
Okay.
I absolutely would have. DM it to me
I'll send
later.
you a link. Yeah, I'll send you a link. But they basically said that we were running tests to see how this worked in the U.S. And now that we know that it works in the U.S., we're going to export it to all the other countries. So what they're doing is so specific and targeted towards the United States. They didn't even care. They did not give a shit if somebody in Serbia was looking at this because Serbians don't vote in the U.S.
Right. Well, that's good. I'm glad that Serbians aren't voting in the U.S.
You know what? That's the other thing. I can't say this on your show. I'm sorry. I was gonna make parallels about AIPAC and Russia and their involvement in the elections and how if the tables were turned, it would be a completely different story. But I think that's a bridge too far.
Who's AIPAC?
The American Israeli political something.
The
thing that Ilhan Omar got skewered for.
Gotcha. Oh, I have a joke about Ilhan Omar getting skewered, and I think that might get me thrown off of YouTube.
It would. That would be sexual harassment.
Let's just skip that right now. Mercenary says, kill the Patriot Act. It will solve all issues with the payment processors. The payment processors need to be forced to process payments in double blind setup. Bitcoin can work, but it needs to be adopted so it can't be blocked. You know, this is something I will say. I agree with you 100%. that payment processors need to be forced to dispassionately process payments. That no one thinks when a neo-Nazi buys a Hitler magazine or whatever, no one thinks that MasterCard is endorsing that transaction, and to pretend otherwise is stupid, and we need to get rid of that right away. Everybody should be able to give money to whoever they want.
Yeah, the fact that you can't is just appalling. It seems like why is that not? I hate the founders now. Why the fuck did they not put the ability to exchange cash as like a fundamental human right? Like that seems like it would be a fundamental human right in our capitalistic society. It
never on earth occurred to the founders that if you walked up to someone with $100 bill, you might not be able to give it to them because they didn't have an alternate means for transferring $100 to someone.
And Jefferson didn't even want banks. Man.
Yeah, the question, you know, what's interesting is I wonder now how much Jefferson and Madison didn't want banks versus how much they just hated Alexander Hamilton.
Hey man, the reason's a reason. You don't got to question. You don't got to look a gift horse in the mouth. Okay.
Yeah. Emperor says the big banks in Silicon Valley are already working on their cucked version of crypto. It's called Libra. Hoard gold, you figs. So there you go. Torsten Ostgaard. Oh wait, I read that one. The Coke Master says that's a bunch of parentheses around they, says hid my joke super chat. Have some more shekels for being a good goy. Oh, thanks. Jay Caesar says, hey, Dick, what did you think about Ralph's Gunt? We talked about that.
It's so direct, and it's funnier because he's not here. So.
Yeah. Night of Hopex says, hate to break your balls, Josh, but most of Alphabet's money comes from skimming government contracts. Alphabet doesn't even need Google. They protect it because it's useful to them, but they can get that data and money in other ways now. They don't give an F. What
contracts does Google do for the government? I keep seeing people saying that Alphabet does government contracts. What do they do?
I know they were doing some DARPA contract because once the contractors or the the technicians or whatever who were working on the contract found out it was DARPA, they all got pissed and had a public protest about it. So right. I couldn't tell you specifically what they are, but I know they do some DARPA contracts. And of course, a bunch of furries or whatever, furry engineers got really angry that they were working for the big mill. And so they revolted.
Yeah, I still think they have to be careful with the search, because if search declines in quality, that's it.
We'll see. I mean, that is the heart of Google. Whether it's the financial engine of Google or whatever, it's the spirit of it, and I think there's merit to that. Mercenary says, "This is where I have an issue with you, Josh. Net neutrality is a scam. It is digital fairness doctrine. It will be used to censor people. It is backdoor PIPA, and SOPA. Razorfist is right. Real net neutrality has yet to be invented. It will kill the net." There you go.
It was around for decades, and it oversaw the .com boom.
I mean, says you.
Yeah, no, that's bullshit. If you're saying, oh, my brain. If you're saying people have to be able to connect to whatever website they want, how does that ever enter into censorship? It doesn't. They're completely different worlds. And the main reason I think that people hate net neutrality is they're angry. They're angry at Google. Says, fuck it. You want to censor us? We'll pull the plugs. You'll have to pay ISPs 800 times what you used to, because fuck you. And that's good enough. And Dick would agree with that. Dick would wholeheartedly agree with that. Yeah, whatever. I don't need a rational mathematical reason to support this. I just want to see you suffer.
So wait, you think anybody should be able to take whatever website they want and connect it to the internet?
Yes.
Josh is for pedo websites. Confirmed. Thanks.
Well, you can do it. You can. I don't even think that you shouldn't be allowed to. There shouldn't be no barrier preventing you from accessing it. But if you do, you should get fucked for it. I don't agree that there should be any censorship, and there should be reactive, punitive measures as opposed to preventative bans.
I'm just. It was the soundbite. That's all. I know. This is politics, Josh. You're never getting elected now.
Anyways.
Flandre Scarlett says, "RE censorship in Japan. I'm almost convinced that not requiring it would crater the hentai industry at this point, as there's a huge number of otherwise talented hentai artists who can't draw genitals but are saved by the mosaic." That's in regards to pixelated peni. The Shuckle says, "Shoot with Dick and Josh with Nick. I'm gonna wait for the replay when I'm sober. Cheers." Hey, thanks, buddy. Senzu Bean Akasit says, "Can I get the best Kamehameha from every guest present?" Do you want a Kamehameha?
Kamehameha?
Kamehameha from Dragon Ball.
You want me to say that?
Well, yeah, like Goku would.
It's out of character.
I mean, do your best one that you can. I don't care how good it is.
My gut is locking up. I don't want to do this.
He's nervous.
Nervous. I'm gonna get judged for it. I'm gonna sound like a retard.
Well,
it's gonna haunt me to my grave.
You think you can say Kamehameha without sounding that way? I mean,
you have to scream it. You have to scream it, and you have to do the thing where you put your hands together. You put your hands
like Kamehameha. Like that. I hope I didn't wake up my wife. Your turn.
No, I refuse. This is a violation of my freedom of association to not associate with Dragon Ball Z.
Okay, Tess Not on Holiday says, "Dick, I'm best friends with the saint of calling people wetbacks. I believe he's called Saint Pablo. Saved me from being punched in the face by other Mexicans countless times before." Okay. Destrawman says, "Those guys need a you ain't shit guy." I don't know what that was in reference to, but it was an hour ago, so hard to say. Redacted says, "Josh is Rich Evans of internet agitators. Give him a big awoo, Nick. He loves it almost as much as he loves feeding heifers." Awoo?
I hate the dog fuckers. They ruin the President Trump general threads on poll with their dog fucking memes.
Do you not like awoo?
No, I think it's like a dog whistle between the emotionally stunted Arrested Development man children on the internet who have to say, "I love President Trump." It's in a movement. We don't know what's going on in the world, so we're going to make dog sounds on the internet to associate with one another. I hate them with all my heart.
Well, a woo to you, good sir. Henry Aller says 3 questions. Nick, check your email, please. And Josh, how can someone DM you? So that's for you.
Just email null@kiwifarms.net.
There you go. Null@kiwifarms.net. Dick's, he says, Dick, Burbank meetup. Well, I'll answer that for Dick. No, I hate Burbank, which I think was rude of him to say. Would love to treat you to a yard house or something. Well, you'll have to hit him up on that. Dave Youngson says, in Europe, we have already sued Google for curating results, and they are looking at effing them over some more with the new laws coming. So there you go. New laws are coming. Night of Hopex says, hey, one thing I've never understood is why our side tends to point, laugh, and celebrate when alternatives to these platforms don't perform as well as we'd like. That seems to be the wrong attitude. If we want a peaceful solution to this predicament someday. Well, I mean, we laugh because we laugh at everything, I think, right?
In general, yeah. I mean, people...
Like, are they talking about Stream Me?
I think people just assume that the conservative side is more pro freedom of speech, but historically it hasn't been, correct? It's been the liberal side that's been pro freedom of speech. Now it's like
the pendulum is swinging.
Well, it's swinging now because the conservative side is the one being suppressed.
Yeah.
But I don't think conservatives want freedom of speech. They don't want libertarian ideas. They want
no, they want the dominant message, the dominant narrative. Both conservatives and liberals want the dominant narrative, and that's just how it goes. Yeah. So
that's why I get embarrassed when people start saying we need the government to come in and fix this for us.
I just think they're talking about stuff like DLive or BitChute not doing as well as YouTube. I think that was the alternatives to the platforms not performing as well.
The only one that I root to see fail is Gab. Gab is my personal locale. I hate Andrew Torba. Here's a fun fact. Here's something everyone right now can do, and I guarantee you, as a scientific method, it will work 9 times out of 10. Go to Twitter and say Andrew Torba is a big dum-dum and Gab is bad, and see if the Get on Gab Twitter account blocks you. There is a 90% chance that you will be blocked because that guy is the most emotionally fickle, stunted human being on the planet. And he probably posts a woo stuff in the President Trump general thread.
Get on Gab. Oh, woo. That's it. That's all it says every day. TLJ Screwjob says, how about these could maybe be corroborated Twitter stories that came out today or yesterday? Now that we know the affidavits came forward, it's really interesting these stories came out as well. This is in regards to the Vic lawsuit. Let me just suggest that I think maybe some of those things were sent to Ty with the express purpose that they would be leaked by me. And when they didn't get leaked prior to the depositions, they got a little frustrated and decided to tell their own story. Stop being so transparent about what you want done, you morons. So Josh, these guys send discovery over to Ty, and then I don't disclose it for whatever reason. Maybe I don't have it. Maybe I don't want to disclose it. Maybe I'm doing something else that night. And then you just wait like 24 hours and they start spurging out on Twitter about how, oh, Nick has stuff that he hasn't released. It's like, really? Like, this is how obvious you are that you want me to release this stuff, that they try and goad me into it.
I still don't understand why they waited so long on the discovery. Is there like a plan that you could imagine?
They don't have anything. They don't have anything that will actually be really impactful in the case, and they know
it. Been scrambling for 60 days trying to find this.
They thought, this is my theory, they thought that once they deposed Vic, that they would bully and shame him in that deposition, and he would break down and cry and be devastated by the things that they would say to him. They thought that would happen, and they thought that he would quit. That's why they wanted Vic's deposition first. They thought, I think originally they thought they could file that anti-slap motion and knock out the retaliatory depositions of Monica Rial and Ronald Toye. I think that they thought they would have Vic fold and either during discovery, or they would have him fold during the anti-slap and just say, you know what, I don't need this, and that he wouldn't go through with it. And now that he is going through with it, I think they really genuinely don't know what to do.
Has he been deposed already? Has he already answered their questions?
He was deposed on Wednesday. So that was yesterday relative to the stream. He was deposed. Then Ronald Toye was deposed today, and Monica Rial will be deposed tomorrow. I mean, I know it's not technically today, tomorrow, but because of midnight or whatever, but effectively.
What happens to Funimation? Do they get deposed at some point, or?
Funimation will likely have. I don't know what Ty will do specifically.
It's a completely different lawsuit, right? So we're not at that stage.
No, it's the same lawsuit because they're all potentially civil conspirators, or the other actors are either agents or employees of Funimation that would hold liability for Funimation. My guess is one of two things will happen after depositions. I know Funimation was at Vic's deposition. Funimation was watching Ron Toye's deposition, and Funimation will watch Monica Rial's deposition. And after that happens, Funimation has a couple options. They could file an anti-slap, they could try and negotiate a settlement, or they could do their own thing. If they don't file that anti-slap, Ty will likely start noticing specific executives or key people at Funimation for deposition. And then suddenly those people are going to be...
So did Ty get to choose the order of the depositions?
The order of the depositions was I don't know how to know. The order was Vic, and then Ron, and then Monica. So Casey noticed Vic first and made the argument that Vic would be the first one deposed. Originally, Ty said that was fine, but then he thought, why would they want to go first, and why is that so important? Because Casey was kind of flipping out in emails when Ty didn't get back to him right away. So then he thought, I think what they want to do is depose Vic and do a TCPA right away, the anti-slap, before Monica and Ron get deposed. So then Ty tried to notice Monica and Ron first. That's why they had their first hearing. It was a discovery spat. And the judge basically said to Casey, you're not going to depose Vic and then file a TCPA right away, right? And Casey said, well, no, we're not going to do that. So then Ty didn't really care about the order.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about it. But Ty would want Funimation to come last because he wants, if he's certain that this case is going to work out for him, then that is like a warning shot to Funimation, and it gets the scariest actor out of the suit, right?
I think deposing Funimation would be low on the priority list for a couple reasons, in my opinion. And that would be that keeping the cost for Funimation lower gives a better chance at settlement. You know, eventually there's the sunk cost fallacy, right? Where people get wrapped up in I've spent this many dollars on this lawsuit, I'm going to see it to the end, even though that might be adverse to their interests. So I think that is one strategy. Another strategy is if my assessment of the defendants, Monica Rial and Ron Toye, is correct, which I think largely it's shown to be so far, they're so awful at being defendants that Funimation might be really anxious to get rid of them if they see their performance on something like deposition. So when they see just how little of a case that they're able to bring in deposition, Funimation might be persuaded to go otherwise. So that'd be my sort of plan. I don't know what Ty's going to end up doing. I know that just the whole thing has been more aggressive with Ronald and Monica because they were served, 20 days before the other two parties. And that makes a huge difference on timelines. So, okay. Estra Generation says, are you familiar with lbry.com, which offers a blockchain-based protocol for hosting video as a future alternative to YouTube? What do you think of the concept? I'm not familiar. What about you?
Library is a coin I do have some of. It is, I don't know I haven't read the white paper, but the gist of it is that you can charge for access to your videos and stuff, and you transact with the library coin, then you can sell your library coin that you earn from selling your videos to get cash by selling that. And it's complicated. The idea is to power the bandwidth element, the expensive bandwidth element, to incentivize that by paying people in library coin for essentially torrenting your video and seeding it to people for that currency. It's an interesting idea. It's along the lines of BitChute's attempt at peer-to-peer sharing of videos, and it's a blockchain conceptualization of that. So, I wish these platforms all success. I have a little stake in library because I do want to see it succeed. I think I have the library URL, like you can lock down library coin for a URL reservation. I'm pretty sure I have KF as my URL because I got so soon I could reserve a 2-letter URL. So
nice.
Yeah, I want to see all of these things succeed. I want to see competition.
I want to see them succeed. Of course, a skeptical part of me says that the problem is that YouTube is free to billions of people, right? And so convincing people to go ahead and put extra money beyond their internet connection into this blockchain thing to get access to videos that they want, there's just no way to get the mass adoption that YouTube has. So you have to have some sort of cutoff point where it becomes more of a value proposition to keep a smaller audience that pays versus
don't forget that HTML5 video is very recent. Before, if you wanted to get on YouTube, you want to watch videos, you had to get the Flash player.
Right.
And there was a very slow adoption of new technologies that led to the current incarnation of YouTube that anyone can access. So even if it is a new technology, if it's good, it has a very real chance in our fair and free economy of the internet to make changes.
Yeah, and I don't want to. I'm not naysaying the platform or anything like that. I'm just always skeptical of an idea where you have to convince people to pay for something that they otherwise get for free. It just adds a layer of challenge to it.
Yeah, no, that's a very real concern, and especially with YouTube, it's like they're not making money off of this, so they have some other interest that's worth $1 billion a year to support. It's like that saying, if you're not paying for something, you are the product.
Right.
Which I'm quite fond of.
Mercenary says, no, I was talking about fairness doctrine. The way it was written is just like what was trying to be pushed on talk radio since the 80s. And Nick just became more weeb than Shane, or would have if he didn't sound more manly than the shoe eater. Well, thank you. Thank you. Night of Hopex says net neutrality doesn't work because switches have limited memory, mainly just Netflix and Amazon trying to get their internet for free. You can't mandate everybody's bandwidth be the same. That's just not realistic. More FCC power, more politics, more taxes. He disagrees with you vehemently, Josh.
Because of net neutrality?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I do like Dick has apparently looked into this more than I have regarding the actual enforcement procedures for net neutrality. Regarding putting it to the FTC and having to make it a judicial issue when they want to challenge it. I mean, I don't want to argue specifics because I don't know him that well, but you don't
know what he's talking about. Checkmate.
You don't want Cox Communications to have a hand in making sure that you can or cannot access certain websites effectively. You just don't want it. And be critical of anyone telling you do because they're fucking liars.
I gotta answer this guy. Rogue Mike. No, I'll show the model tomorrow. This is not the stream for it because I had guests. That's sorry about that. Andrew War Snowboard says, "Yo soy Andres Nieve Madera de Guerra. Vote for me." Okay. Bagel Goose says, "Whoever sends me their toes first automatically wins. You already have my toes. That's not fair." That guy Mitch says, "Can't wait for some good old dick. Much homo." Gas and Heat says, "Dick, Keon, and Big Brain Josh were all there on Saturday. Where were you, Rackets? You missed out on the machine guns." I really, really wanted to be in Vegas on Saturday. I really did. But if I was in Vegas on Saturday, I would have seen my kids zero this entire month, and I just had to be home. Sorry. Jarbo Bink says, "Wait, who is talking about me now? God dang it." The greatest stories never told says, "Null loves smug anime girls." I've heard that about you.
Smug anime girls. That's another thing that belies mental illness. Smug anime pictures.
Then why do you love them?
That's
Who's your anime waifu?
I don't watch anime.
Yeah, well, pick one.
I always felt bad for Tomoko, which is the like really introverted autistic girl from.
You felt bad for Tomoko, so she's your waifu? What kind of weird pervert are you?
I'm just saying, I'm a nice guy. I could make her happy. So that's all I'm saying.
What about Yoko from whatchamacallit, Gurren Lagann?
I have no idea what that is.
Just do me a favor. Type in Yoko Gurren Lagann. Just type in Yoko anime, and see if she's your waifu. She should have a giant sniper rifle and short shorts.
Oh, I see her all the time on 4chan and 8chan.
Yeah,
I don't know her personality. I don't know her personality.
What do you care about her personality?
I can't make a commitment.
Would you bang a pillow of Yoko? That's the real question.
I don't know. I don't think.
What is she not depressed, introverted, and autistic enough for you to show pity on her? Like, what?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. That's my out.
I'm just trying to get you in trouble anyway. Asphyxiation says, Mr. Wienerstein, show us your toes, please. That's a post facto super chat. Josk B says, obviously replace 230 with something sensible for everyone. Kiwi Goes Live says, watching your stream and impatiently waiting for Final Fantasy 14 to come back online. I'm making you a character in game. I already have a character. It's his name is Dumb Idiot, and he's on the Bahamut server. Cringe Lord says, Nick, stop being a dumb boy. 230 being strong and broad is good in the same way First Amendment being strong and broad is good. The entire backbone relies on 230. Take it from a networking technician. Well, your argument your argument from authority fallacy is gone. I don't think that. Again, and this was said so early that it didn't get to most of the arguments, but I don't think that we disagree on protecting platforms from content that's uploaded to them. I think where we disagree is that civil immunity is being extended to other areas that have nothing to do with content being uploaded to the platform. That's the weird thing that's going on.
And the thing is, I don't know how to legislate that.
I don't either, but I want to try.
I want to try.
I don't want Congress to try. Let me be clear on that. Congress is the stupidest entity on the planet. I want to try. I want to come up with a smart answer, not Congress.
Well, if we had a monarchy like in Florida, he could just ordain it and have it be so.
A monarchy. You'd have to do it by stepping on progressively larger turtles to get up to your platform to announce it, though. I hear that's what they do. Cameron Clark says, tell Dick he's a living poop stain, but not that I said it. Okay. Vla1NE says, assuming they were willing, would you be willing to get the lawyers from the Kickvick side on the show once this is all over? You mean like the real lawyers, like Casey and Andrea Perez? Sure. Eduardo Ramirez says, like DSB said, it's greed. Greed is massively strong. Yorgamundo7 says, infinitely better debate than the Democratic ones. Hey, thanks. Forgon says, suck it, null, throw the dice and tear it all down.
That's fair. We'd have to repeal. Can you imagine like a repeal law where we just took out like 10 different big annoying laws all at once? I would go for that. You take my chip in, Patriot Act. You put the Patriot Act in the burn it down law, and you can put 230, whatever. We'll figure it out. And some other ones, and we'll just go down the list and we'll rip it out like we're just gonna replace it all.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to really go after some regulation. Like, let's do a rollback to 1990 or something weird like that. Right?
That's base. That's base in red pill.
Yeah. Let's do a rollback to 1963. Ooh, that'd be scary.
No,
we get rid of the Civil Rights Act.
We'll reload our save. When George W. lost his second term, and we'll just take it from there and we'll try again.
Read my lips. Do not vote for me.
And then he throws up on a Japanese prime minister.
Well, who doesn't, really? Jacob Ceresia says, Nick, I'm creating a competitor to Google to ensure viewpoint neutrality. Power to users. View. Moving forward together. There you go. Bad Dragonite says, don't YouTube and Google advertise as unbiased? I mean, they advertise as whatever they need to at the time. That's the annoying thing. Wrestling Today says, how does Mr. Masterson feel about man-on-man love? He is 100% for it, as long as you're eating booty while doing it. Bad Dragonite says, at Josh on the U.S. economy, we're also the #2 exporter of cotton in the world. You're welcome, by the way, from Mississippi.
Swing low, sweet chariot.
You're like up 6 octaves from where that song is.
Yeah, that's as deep as it goes. That's as deep as it goes. Don't even try it.
Zamcast says, Maddox still lost, Dick is still the winner, and Nick is like Spider-Man because he's popular with everyone. Well, I don't know if I'm popular with everyone. I know a lot of people actually who really don't like me right now, which I think is unfair. I think
you
that's
get used
unfair.
to it.
Yeah. No, I don't. I need to be liked by people who hate. I'm just kidding. I don't care at all. Jonathan Cowling says, many Taylor Swift songs are Ricada approved. How do you feel about Calm Down? That song's garbage. I don't even care about the openly pro-gay pride video of it. I just didn't like the song. Moist John says, Hodl Boys 100K EOY is coming. There you go. I think he means, does he mean my channel maybe? ERB Beta Patch says, to quote Ayn Rand Senpai, Mew. Brett says, Crypt. Oh, literally Crypt. Oh, and Benjamin's got it. Don Palmera says, what happens when the difficulty of your crypto becomes trivial due to technology improvements? Your currency is worthless now too. Ooh. Yeah, we didn't even talk about quantum number crunching and how that can change crypto. Is that an inflationary problem with crypto?
If there is quantum computing, there is concerns about it, but the thing is that the difficulty of the blockchain scales. So if there's like it can tell how many hashes per second are being submitted, and if it's like it's meant to, like, the difficulty scales over time, like it doubles every 5 years or whatever. But then if the amount of computational work being done is very significant, it will adjust the difficulty so that it compensates for the new technology. So theoretically, if quantum computing rolls out and the amount of work being done is 100 times higher or 1,000 times higher, the difficulty should scale.
Oh, okay. That's weird. Oh, he was talking about Bitcoin on the 100K thing. 100K a coin. Moist John says, BTC creation is halving in 2020. Bull market soon, boys. The Coke Master says, shekel for good goy. Hey, thanks. Mr. RJP51 says, got an interview tomorrow with DHS. Hopefully this is the start of something truly awesome and I can contribute more often. Love the work you do, Nick. Hey, buddy, good luck. Random number 9 says, make banks illegal. Oy vey, cool it with the anti-Semitism. Beatnik 11 says, based cryptonauts, crypto is the future. Dismissing crypto are the same as people who felt the internet was a fad in 1994. Well, the internet in 1994 was a fad. Woodman Gaming says, welcome to the cum zone. Hi, Dick.
That's a reference to a very good song.
Oh, okay. Cars in Depth says, what about vagina coin? Just 4 billion of those. Furious Freeze says, crypto fails due to transaction and power inefficiency. SHA 256 will also eventually be compromised. Governments will ban Hammer because fear and electric usage.
They'll try to ban hammer it, but that's the great thing about it, is that it can't be ban hammered. As far as the time it takes to transact, usually people just wait, depending on your level of trust and the amount being transacted, they'll wait for the first verification only. When I sell $1,000 of Bitcoin to my local Slav, right, I just walk up to him and we scan the QR code. It takes less than 5 minutes for that to. It's not the same as like a credit card where you swipe it and it's instantly done, but it's very fast.
What about if Al Gore gets his way, though, and he's like, listen, we're going to take your Bitcoin transactions, put them in a lockbox until you are below the requisite energy consumption to produce a Bitcoin.
Oh, now the global warming people are going to take it over.
What do they do with that, right? Because that's a legit concern. So you set up your Bitcoin farm in your house, and you've got 10 number crunching machines running at 1,300 watts. So you're doing 1.3 kilowatt hours per machine at 10. So you're doing 13 kilowatts an hour. That's a lot of power use.
I like proof of stake better for that reason, because it's just it's much more energy efficient. There is some debate. The biggest proof of stake coin is called Dash Coin, I think, and those are like $1,000 each. Because if you get, I want to say like 800 of them, and you lock them down, you're a part of that network, and it doesn't require any special computers to do it, and it generates revenue. So that's an alternative to proof of work. There are hybrid coins that have both, but yeah, in general, it's something that the market will eventually decide which is better.
But somebody's got to do the math, which takes the processing, right?
No. The difference is proof of work is actually very arbitrary. The network poses a question that is predetermined, that anyone can figure out what the question is, but finding the answer is very complicated. So all the work being done is actually completely superfluous to the blockchain itself. Proof of stake gets rid of the proof of work, which is that busy work, and replaces it with people who have the crypto, locking it down into master nodes, which then efficiently process only the blockchain with no work.
This sounds stupid to me. Keldeo, I don't understand any of it. I'm so old. Keldeo,
how do I swipe my credit card and have it done for me?
That's what's going to happen, because I'm telling you, man, you're 10 years younger than me, and I don't have time to figure that out. I want to swipe the card when I go to the grocery store. I don't want to go up to a Slavic man to buy my broccoli and wait 5 minutes for my Bitcoin to transact by QR code.
You haven't lived until you've met strange people in strange places so that you can bump phones together and get a paper bag full of US dollars.
Do you use the phone tap to pay?
Oh, fuck yeah. That's how you scan the QR code. They show you the QR code, you scan it.
Okay, but scanning a QR code is not like bumping the back of phones together.
No. And my roommate, my Puerto Rican roommate, when I lived in New York, he had that thing on his phone, and he would always prefer to do it, even though it's like, this is no faster than pulling out your fucking credit card. This is bullshit.
It's the worst. Like the I'm going to slap my phone against yours and transfer a picture. It's like, why not just send it over Facebook or text or literally anything else is faster than like with our, let's just touch the tips or whatever.
Yes. Docking.
Keldeo the horse, thank you for the donation. Forever229 says, clip of you saying that incoming. Oh, great. I don't remember what that was. Scott Severin says, I just got here. Can you start over? Nope. John Sargent says 230 doesn't need destroyed, just defined better. See, that's what I think. Bad Dragonite says hashtag Bing supremacy. They pay you to search. They do. You can actually, if you search on Bing enough, you can have a free Xbox Live subscription forever. That's a cool.
Use Bing?
Yeah, the Bing rewards program. You just have to do like 5 searches a day on desktop and like 2 on mobile or whatever every day, and you will have you'll have your Xbox Live subscription paid for by Microsoft every month.
Hey, it's a good incentive. I'm sure some people are doing it.
I was doing it and gifting it to my friend for a while, and then I got lazy.
Was Bing comparable to Google in terms of quality?
It's similar, yeah. Actually, for a time, I liked Bing's search results better. I like the layout of the results better. I think Google's improved it since. I was using Windows Phone at the time too, so I was using Bing all day on my phone, which also helped. But Windows Phone, of course, has etiquette. Woodman Gaming says, Dick, dig into how the telecom companies monopolize entire municipalities. The same goes for internet. In a lot of cities, you can't lay cables because they've got deals that don't allow competition. I agree, and that has a lot to do with the governments as well, not just
Dick did cover that. He went on a big rant, so that guy got his wish.
Yep. Scarfy the Strange says 9/11 hijackers are already champions of fighting their way into first class. Oh my God. Whoa. Hashtag never forget. The Coke Master says Dugin censorship's pretty loose, so it's possible. Adam D says, y'all don't understand what net neutrality is about. The name of the game is licensure of ISPs. They want the government giving permission, controlling who can connect you to the internet. Ooh, that's a challenge to you because I got it right. ERB Beta Patch says, SEO Mastermind Peen, what video services should creators use aside from YouTube? I'll answer for him. None. Nurmac1 says, Verizon likes to slow the internet for first responders during fire season. They do it every time here in California. Well, that's nice of them. Ricardo Nelson says,
it's only California. Don't get too upset.
Yeah, no one likes California. Ricardo Nelson says, "Hey, DM, tell Peach Saliva to have her boyfriend voicemail a rage. He's the most neurotic, angry little man in the world, and he is hilarious." Are they talking about Pat?
No, they're talking about Coconos, I think, right?
No, Coconos is not Peach's boyfriend. That's Sriracha. Sriracha.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah. No. I thought hers was Angriest Pat or whatever from the Super Friends or whatever.
I don't know.
Super Best Friends show. I don't know. I don't know if they're actually. I don't know if that's true. Woodman Gaming says you can't be effing serious. Well, we were. I don't know what that's about either. Ben Frail says having a drink, Baron Samedi, and Orange Coke, and celebrating one of my deranged internet stalkers being arrested for murdering his cancer patient girlfriend. Salute. Oh, good job. Infernal Iris says Casey objects to form, the female form. Harbinger 345 says got a law degree, now drinks aggressively in front of thousands. Oh, that's my that must be my one sentence life story.
No, your biography.
Yeah, got a law degree, now drinks aggressively in front of thousands. Moist John says Saint Nick. John Sargent says Saint Nick, saint of thieves and salesmen. Bad Dragonite says, can we get Dick to make a prawn history video? So porn history video from Dick. Alex Moat says Boogie having a fruity and slip and admitting he was gay on Ralph's stream was amazing.
him saying that his persona was the Uber Wolf from EverQuest is, and then saying anti-Semitic things that I will not repeat in this polite company.
Yeah,
but
don't do that.
That's why Ralph was successful, because he got people to get on live stream and say the dumbest shit, and it was just great
with that disarming Southern accent. That's part of the trick, and if you don't understand why that, hey man, this is Ralph, Ethan Ralph here with Ralph Retort. If you don't understand the Southern accent is the most disarming accent on the planet, then you just don't know what you're talking about. I'm a PH 1991 says, hi Nick, longtime listener and first time super chat donation. Hey, thanks. However small and meager it may be, enjoying a bottle of Baron Jaeger to honor a recently fallen comrade who originally introduced me to the stuff. Hey man, F for your fallen comrade. Towns here says, so without the ability to draw smileys in the air, the only recourse for Ron to answer interrogatories is I don't know. I didn't know you could hide that much IQ in 2 symbols. Yeah. Yeah. Roscoe
I like
says,
to imagine in the courtroom he has like popsicle sticks with emojis printed onto the end so he can cover his face with them.
That would be so great. Just let's see. Roscoe says Worski's career has gone so poorly it's almost as if it was built on an Indian burial ground.
That's pretty great. That's fantastic.
I am a PH 1991 says also found a classy vintage Raketa brand watch whilst out antique shopping today. Made me think of you. Considered sending it your way as a sort of appreciation gift, pending your approval, of course. I would welcome it, but that's up to you, man. That's up to you. That sounds great. Overkilly says, Masterson, if banks are evil, why is your face so small? That's a good question. Ithilian Waffles says, I'm getting dick tonight. Clay Early says, you boys gay. Fran Power says, if dad passed away, I would probably react the same way, but I also get why people are on the receiving end of Ralph's lash outs got pissed. Yeah, I mean, Ralph went through some tough stuff and heavy stuff, and I don't, like I said, I still like Ralph, and I think he's great, and I hope that whatever he's going through right now is something that he just gets past. Capradea says, hey Josh, have you ever considered the concept that you are a real-world Ash Ketchum working in conjunction with others to create a Pokedex of exceptional individuals and mentally ill trannies?
Hey, be careful with that. You better disavow that language.
I didn't say it. I'm just asking you.
Just reading the super chat. You don't. Okay, I'm just making sure because I take a strong hard line against bigotry towards the protected classes of our society. We're
not in control of what the chat sends to us. I just have to accurately relay the information. I don't endorse the views of anybody, even myself.
You're not a publisher. You're not an editor, or you're just a publisher. You're not an editor.
No, I'm definitely a distributor.
Okay, there we go.
When I'm reading super chats, I don't curate super chats here.
I don't know. I don't consider the forum to have any kind of ultimate goal. We're not building a Pokedex. We're just trying to have fun. That's all it is.
Well, what if building Pokedexes is fun?
To some it is. I know some people they consider the whole dead naming thing to be like a sport, like bass hunting or something.
Would you dead name someone?
Would I personally? No, I respect the gender identities of all my fellow men and women of transgenderness.
How many super chat dollars would you need to dead name Brianna Wu?
I don't know. I mean, maybe if somebody like I don't know. Let's on the record. Let's just say that if somebody named John Flint gave $10 for me to dead name Brianna Wu, I might have no choice, but I would never do that unrequited.
What? How many dollars would it take you to dead name Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Just kidding. Don't answer that one. That one might actually call Homeland Security if you answer it. Alex Moat says, yeah, they're feeding the homeless groundhog corpses. Oh my God. Puxatawny Phil has been eaten by the homeless. No one important says, it's called adobo, and we Filipinos like to F with foreigners by not telling people what the meat is. That's a spirit. That's the dog. That's the dog. It should be called a doggo, right? Asia Frazier says skunk drowner votes for groundhog slayer. Did you hear that story?
No.
I had to drown a skunk.
What? Why?
I caught it in a live trap.
So you had to drown it?
What do you do with a live trap skunk, Josh?
You take a stick and you open the door.
Okay. I now know that you're in the Ukraine and you've never live trapped an animal in your life.
I would never.
How many animals have you live trapped in your life?
I would pay animal control to do. I would never drown a fucking animal with hatred and. There was no hatred. I felt bad. I couldn't do it.
You couldn't drown a skunk with its little paw sticking out of the water, going like this.
No.
And then stopping.
That's awful.
Oh, it was terrible. But then when I pulled it out of the water, it came back to life, and I had to throw it back in.
Nick,
what do you do? It's a skunk.
You get animal control.
You would get animal control. Where do you live?
They send it to a farm.
What is Ukrainian? What is Ukrainian animal control? Like, isn't it just like your neighbor Boris or whatever? Doesn't he just come over and be like, okay, and kill it? Like,
probably, but I don't have to deal with it. Yeah, no, Sergey would come over, the groundskeeper for this area.
Everyone's saying, release the skunk. I'm going to live trap a skunk, and I'm going to mail it to your house, and I'm going to watch you release it. I'm going to watch you release a skunk that you trap. Trust me.
I would get a very long stick, and I would make it happen.
You would not open a live trap with a very long stick, no matter how long the stick is.
I would find a way. I would make it happen.
You're the Jeff Goldblum of saving skins.
Look,
life finds a way.
I got 200 hryvnia. I've got homeless people down the street. I can make this happen. The skunk will live.
You just spray homeless people with skunk juice?
They already stink. What does it matter?
Not that bad.
I'm just saying.
Oh, my goodness. Bird Reich says, what's also really funny and sad is how Mumkey got Asterios to quit drinking and smoking. No fun. Well, maybe that's good for him. Fran Power says, fame is power. Power corrupts. The weaker the soul, the easier they fall. Ego is one hell of a drug. Keldeo the horse says, Mumkey isn't even banging her. She's literally leeching off of him. So what's the point of this BS engagement? He caused all this to happen.
I think he's being blackmailed.
Do you have Kiwis in the Mumkey bedroom to report on this?
I told you, his friends have all flipped on him because they hate this woman. People found her F list, which is like a furry community fetish data collection. Like you list your fetishes so that you can find other people into what you're into.
What's she blackmailing him with?
People speculate a sex tape.
I thought blackmail was just another word. Never mind. I'm going to stop that joke. I've had too much gin. Colin Schrader says, effing attention whores. Asphyxiation says, Dick and Overlord. Have either of you ever had Vegemite? Also, my condolences, Willie, supervisor child, for your loss. I have to try and make it funny.
I've lived in Australia and I tried it and it's really bad.
I'm being sent some. Should I eat it?
Spread it very thin on toast. Do not try to spread it like jelly because it
Should I
tastes
spread
like,
it on something better than toast, like meat or something?
no, because it tastes like salty meat and it has a meaty, savory flavor to it. And if you put too much on it, it will be revolting. You have to spread it very thin on toast.
Okay, sounds good. That doesn't sound good at all. Actually, I don't want to sound. It sounds terrible. But Flint, what about putting it on a deviled egg? Because like if it tastes like salty meat, you can put caviar on deviled eggs.
Man, I don't know. I didn't try it. I didn't like it.
Asphyxiation says, oh wait, no. Flint Cole says, how do you feel about J Station doing Etika clickbait? I don't care. I have no idea who J Station even is.
Etika's dead. Let loose.
Someone in my Discord made a picture of the Golden Gate Bridge, and then like in the water they had the Smash Brothers off the screen.
That one got spread around a lot. It's pretty good.
Oh my god, that was brutal. Salvador Fourth says, please do more streams with both these guys, Nick. I love streaming with these guys, but I don't like taking people's whole nights either. Or in your case, mornings. Blue Satoshi says, Martian internet has at least a 14-minute ping.
That's true.
Yeah. Cesario JPN says, the U.S. Mint makes the U.S. government money. It's called signerage, where the cost of making the coin is generally less than its face value, which is why we switched to zinc in pennies instead of copper. Nope says, our 100G connections are around 12K each, but we have multiples. I don't.
Oh, it's you can have it to different ISPs. You have multiple upstreams.
Oh, there you go. Super Captain Chris says, the homeowners administration is a perfect example of a small government. Quote Maddox. Solo Beverly says, is that what I have to look forward to with the butthole weeb? LMAO. Yes, you do. On the anime stream, you'll be hearing lots about eating booty. That's just part of it. Bogus Fortune says, deep fake Elizabeth Warren doing a rain dance. Bad Dragonite says, GameStop may be suing a Camelot 331 for his videos. Okay. Classical Positioning says, got any advice to avoid problems with being a public figure? How to avoid it, and what do you think should happen, if anything, to the public-private dichotomy so people don't get their lives destroyed? No, I'm terrible. I'm terrible at that. What about you, Josh? Any advice for people who are trying to avoid problems with being a public figure?
Keep your personal issues off of Twitter and stuff. Big reason why the forum has managed to avoid like an internal collapse is that all the staff members of the site have their interest and it's diversified and we get along, but we don't have like games nights where we all get together and do stuff together. It's it's a loose confederation of people who are all interested in maintaining the site as opposed to like a group of friends. And don't fuck anybody who don't fuck your fans.
Yeah, that's the best advice anybody can get. What I'll say about it is take care. If you're going to enter the public eye, there's a lot of things you can do to protect yourself. A lot of people should start doing things to protect themselves from, if you don't want to be doxxed or whatever, take some measures. You can't guarantee anything, but you can take measures to make it harder for people to find you. But that's the last part of it is realize that if that happens, it's not the end of the world, right? Like a lot of people are doxxed and all of them are still alive.
If you get doxxed, never confirm it. Never tell people that it's right.
Yeah, that too.
Just never do it, because if you don't explicitly confirm it, or if they don't like go to your house and find you at your house, you always have that benefit of a doubt, and it never spreads as fast as it would otherwise. Yeah.
Bruce Rodriguez says, have y'all heard of a non-IB? I love you guys. I have no. Sorry.
Non-IB. Oh, that's like a revenge porn site.
Oh no, I've never heard of it. There you go. Blaine 20 says $14 is 30% less than $20. You bright one. Oh, thank you. That's the super chat was $20, but I only get 14 of it. Thanks. Asia Fraser says, is Ty free to scorch the earth? That's not up to me. That's up to Vic and Ty. So I can neither confirm nor deny. SM Scorx89 says, you are forgetting about Jamie Markey. Well, that's because she's forgettable. Shane Quigley says, Josh should do a tech stream. I enjoy his theories.
My madness. It just comes to me.
You should do a tech stream. That's all you should. Just stream tech. I don't know what that means. Isn't that what that Linus guy does? Linus Tech?
I was say I would be like the crazy ANCAT version of Linus. That's about nonsense.
Overlord Tech Tips. That's what it is. It's like you're just feeding CDs into the CD-ROM drive. No one important says, so Veronica and Casey spilled their spaghetti all over the court. How predictable. Boag says, reminder that Raftalia is less than 13 years old. I don't know what Raftalia is. Bogus Fortune says, 28th Amendment, every federal law sunsets after 10 years, like the assault weapon ban, unless debated, revised, and signed by president. That's an interesting one. But the president would never stop signing bills. He'd be doing it all day. Which maybe that's the point. Bohica says, hope the wife is recovering quickly from the surgery. Which one of you do we now call Lady Rackets? Her still. And she is recovering well. Thank you. John Doe says, Josh, don't feel bad for Tomoko. In the manga, she gets like 6 girlfriends and they'll probably les out by the end. Asphyxiation says, I sent the Wang toe request before the stream even started. We want toes. Vladimir M. Ivanovich says, awesome stream, Nick. Woo! Murdoch says, I'm behind, but I pay $3,500 for 100 gigabyte plus $500 a rack.
Yeah, I saw that. That sounds like a good deal. Tell me what your ISP is, your service.
Yeah, Murdoch. Tell him what your server is. Bad Dragonite says, you can get way more than just Xbox sub on Bing now. I believe you. I just haven't tried it. Asia Fraser says, don't forget to make an arms girl joke. Oh, we made fun of her earlier. Fetus the Patty says, holy buckets, you're still going. This is a nice way to start my workday. Well, it's about to end because that was the most recent super chat. And except for this one, Night of Hopex says, net neutrality. No, wait, that's not new. That's old. That's old.
You have to read the Justice chat now.
No, I did those earlier. Oh. So we're good. That's all of them.
All caught up. Oh my God.
That's good because in 26 minutes I have to go give Lady Rackets another round of Rush Limbaugh pills.
I gave you an option of like 10 p.m. my time or like 6 a.m. my time, and you went with the early morning version. I'm kind of glad you did because it's now noon. So
there was no way I could have gotten a stream in any earlier than this today.
Yeah,
it just wasn't going to happen. So, Eduardo Ramirez says, "Hey Josh, woo!" So
I don't like the dog people.
They love you. They love you.
Oh, so now I'm a cat lady and a dog lady. I got all these fucking animals all over my goddamn house. My shitting all over the place.
One of my kids, I thought he said a woo. I almost thumped him on the back of the head. I said, "What?" I see. It was like he said "F you" to his mom. I looked at him. I said, "What did you just say to me?" And he said, "I said woo." I was like, "Oh, I thought you said."
You're just traumatized now.
I'm looking at him like, I thought you said a woo. He's like, "No, why would I say a woo?" I'm like, you watch it, son. You watch it.
He said his ISP is Cogent, which is an internet backbone, one of the biggest companies in the internet.
No, they're just pretend because MasterCard only lets them exist.
Hey, that's true. That's true. You telling me that a MasterCard blacklisted Cogent and they would survive? No.
I did not. Why?
They'd be liquidated. You said it sarcastically, motherfucker.
I did not. No, I was also serious though. Like in full honesty, they do everything only exists at the power of payment. It's weird because MasterCard and Visa are not the largest companies on earth, and they certainly don't have the highest money capitalization. I think they're fine on that because they have so much disproportionate power to influence whatever they want. What does money matter when you control the money, right?
Yeah,
they're terrifying companies. All right, last super chat, and then we'll say goodnight. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, "Thank you for the long stream at the start of my work week." Hey, you're welcome. All right, guys. thank you so much for joining us. Go support Josh and all of his endeavors. Even though they're evil, nasty meanies at the Kiwi Farms or whatever, go support Josh on New Project 2. The link is in the description. It is www.madattheinternet.com. That will take you right to
clarify,
the page.
none of that money goes to the Kiwi Farms. Completely unrelated. I stream with this. This pays for my borscht. I have to keep a constant flow of the beats. Otherwise, I just die.
Yeah, so only support Josh's streaming efforts and do not support the horrible meanies at Kiwi Farms. And that you can do that on New Project 2. Link is in the description. Like I said, madattheinternet.com. Dick is no longer with us, RIP, but like resting in peace in his bed. But you can also find him at dick.show, not dickshow.com, just dick.show.
His branding is fantastic, by the way.
It really is. It really is. All right, guys. Thank you to my guest Josh, and thank you to the chat. We're gonna say goodnight, and we'll talk to you later. You guys have a good night. Peace.
Take it easy.